Yes. Hello, everybody. We're gonna now to open the second day of our very interesting conference, and we have in this panel only 3 interventions with 2 colleagues from the Czech Republics and with our host here, Eleni Paschalidou. So I will start our conference with Mrs. Kateřina Králová from the I think it's the Czech Academy, yes, Czech Academy of Science. Okay, we have in fact 2 interventions of Kateřina and also the next one, which are on the same topic about the Greek refugees. So, Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm wearing usually 2 hats of the Charles University in Prague and of the Czech Academy of Science. But Czech Academy of Science was so kind to help me finance this trip to Thessaloniki, and I am very grateful to the organizers of this conference who made it possible for me to come again to the city where most of my academic career just started. So it's wonderful to be back. It's great to be at the very same university, and it was a long path. Just to bring it closer to you in some lines, when I came as a Czech PhD student to Pamak, to the University of Macedonia, everybody was thinking and asking me if I am one of the kids of the Greek Civil War refugees, because otherwise, why should I be interested for the recent history, which back then in 2003-04 wasn't history yet. And again, you can understand the nuances of memory. For back then, it was very much alive. It was something very political, very disputed, and great to see one of my wonderful mentors, Nikos Maratzidis, although he knows much more how hard it was to open up the topics of the Greek Civil War over here. But also back then, you know, for me as a 3rd generation after the World War II, which coincides sort of with the Greek Civil War, it was a time where topics were opening up. And I was, in fact, doing research on Greek-German relations in the shade of Nazi past. My book was published later on, and now my book is finished on the Holocaust survivors and Greece, 41 to 46, coming out entitled Homecoming. I feel like homecoming sort of as well right now, called Homecoming. And with that, the project of the Holocaust survivorship was over as well. But in between, with all the story of being an alleged child of the Greek Civil War refugees, which I had nothing to do with, brought me to the idea to do some research on the Greek Civil War refugees in Czech Republic. And I will share the story with you, enhanced by similar stories of Poland and Hungary. Now, many of us may know, some of us are perhaps teaching the book of Ricky van Buskoten and Danford on the children of Greek Civil War. And in accordance with Bella, who came and coined it in 85, if I'm correct, the term community of memory. Van Buskoten and Danford are saying the children of the Greek Civil War who went to Eastern Europe are a sort of community of memory, and I will elaborate on that during my talk. So now decades passed, and in all countries, be it Poland, be it Hungary, and be it Czech Republic, and I speak about Czech Republic, although it was Czechoslovakia back then, because no Greek Civil War refugees were placed in the Slovak part. So it's sort of appropriate to speak about Czechia or Bohemia and Moravia and not about Slovakia. You can see that it's not the representation of memory and memories. It's not only in books and memoirs of the first, second, and third generation. That one would be the first, the child refugee. That one would be the second of Nikos Fokas from Hungary, already born in Hungary. That one would be the third with Dionysos Touris, who is the third generation in Poland, but also other parts of pop cultures which were touched by the Greek Civil War refugees, educated already in those countries where they came as kids. In the Czech environment, the most known would be the siblings, two singers, who are until now singing Greek songs like the Children of the Pyrea with Czech words, which they adapted, and teaching Greek dances to those who are usually spending just holidays in Greece, and very often wouldn't really know the story of the Greek Civil War refugees. Or the film director who studied film studies in Prague, Agatonikiades, who years after, in fact, after the Cold War, introduced his first movie about his own homecoming to the home he didn't know, which was Greece. He knew that, but not with his personal experience. So you see there is a lot of representation, and you know, the path has been really long, and it all started with a German project where in 2009, we were able to create a group and collect over 200 hours of interviews. I feel so lucky today because so many of those people are not around anymore. And without that support, it would never happen. It never happened in Poland on the same scale or in Hungary. And none of oral history archives are available for whomever online. So even if you well, it has certain problems because the interviews are usually in Czech, but the synopses are in English as well. So if you go to the Memory of the Nation, each and every one of you can see the pictures and can see some of the life stories, so to say, of those Greek Civil War refugees in Czechoslovakia. So it started as a pilot study, a case study on Czechoslovakia. With my students today, many of them postdocs or out of academia as well, we first published a book in Czech, and then with a colleague here in Greece, we added a chapter on the homecoming, on the repatriation, and published it again in Greece. Later on, we started to negotiate more the space for memory studies together with my back then PhD candidate, who was already on the project as a bachelor student several years earlier, and published a chapter or an article in the Journal of Modern Greek Studies. And then we thought, how was it? Is there really a community of memory across those countries? How does it look in Hungary? How does it look in Poland? And what can we do about it? Is it remembered in the same way? Is it commemorated in the same way? What is happening? So, just a very brief wrap-up for those of you who are not that familiar with the Greek Civil War. When it started, what were the events before the true Greek Civil War started and before the kids were transferred to Eastern Bloc countries, which is happening in 1948, and which goes on until 1950, roughly. We also have, inside of all this story, the so here you have the general numbers of kids and adults. Here, however, in 1950, you have the number of the kids only. In that story are not only those kids which were transferred from Greece, both of Slavo-Macedonian and Greek and other origin of Asia Minor and so on. We have many dialects. If we go into the language scape of the Greek Civil War refugees. These were also children who may have ended up in another country of the Eastern Bloc countries, or of the Eastern Bloc. And then in the late 40s, you have the family reunions, which in fact, however, were not that much family reunions because the kids coming to another country where the family lived were not united with the family, but were united with their peers in one of the so-called children's homes, one could say orphanages. Now, orphanages, what does it mean? Were those children orphans? No. Some of them, yes. Some of them may have been half orphans. Some of them may have had their parents or carers in another country. And some of them, and many of them, in fact, had parents in the very same country. So, from that point on, the children are very often developing a completely different identity alongside the identity the generation of adults is developing in that country. They're faster in learning the language because they're much more in the environment of the country with teachers and educators from both Greece, who are usually not as skilled in education and didactics, and with those who are, be it from Poland, be it from Hungary, be it from Czechoslovakia. So what about them? Are they with their siblings? Very often, no. Are they with their peers from their village? Very often, no. Are they with their parents? Absolutely not, at least in the first years. So over here you see the map of those three Central European countries I'm handling here, and a little bit the trajectories, how they were passing and ending up in those countries. Of course, you saw a much larger list. I'm not dealing today with the other ones because I would say that the politics of Moscow and local communist governments was similar than to compare it to, let's say, Romania or Bulgaria or Yugoslavia back then. So I leave it aside. And let's focus only on those three countries. Of course, we do have a politics of internationalism behind that, about victimhood and about support of the children. And as the medical doctor from Hungary reflected on the arrival of the children, he said they could have served as a model for some grim war memorial sculptures. So we again see the representation of the children in the societies back then. And it was not only by encountering the children, but also in writing, and not just, political writing, but also publications which were largely circulated not only in the Eastern Bloc countries, but let's say also in Italy, among those who adhered to the Communist Party of Italy. Again, we are mostly speaking just about the Greek Civil War refugees' children. What about the carers? What about those who spent most time of them? And you can see here some of the reflections, how it looked like, how these children's homes looked like, and what the children were exposed to. Order, discipline, learning, and that over years. The only time they were able to reunite with their parents were Christmas holidays, perhaps, in some of the children's homes and later in the period, and then a part of the summer. Otherwise, they were concealed in those homes, which were very often for strategic and security reasons separated from the rest of the population of the countries, but the children were not only educated as Greeks, because they had all the educators from Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and they were already back then separated from everyone, learning about the cultures and about the language of the host country. The children themselves had to struggle with many emotions which were developing because of being separated from the family, but also new positive emotions which they were developing around the kids they were with. The friends from the children's homes lasted forever. You cannot see it here, unfortunately, because we have the Zoom thing over there. That's what Karagios is saying to us in an interview. So yes, community of memory, friends forever, communities which are meeting up in each of the countries, or as residents of one single children's home, but not as all residents of all the children's homes. And then again, with the change of regime after the fall of Junta in Greece, the doors slowly but surely open up for the Greek Civil War refugees, who by then were already adults, to go to the West, meaning Greece. There was a lot of nostalgia and yearning for Greece already back then in Czechoslovakia, where they didn't know where they are actually going. They never saw the country. They were thinking, Agathonikianis is saying, I always yearned for olives. And then I tasted them, and they were so ugly. I don't know how all my family could be always so happy about olives. So you could see that there were things which developed step by step for the children. But that was not only the nostalgia without seeing the sort of restorative nostalgia, and we could go on in a completely different talk to Svetlana Boym and to how she is framing nostalgia as restorative or reflective. Once they were in Greece, the nostalgia for Czechoslovakia started as well. And they were intertwined in a way, and they started to be nowhere really at home or feeling at home exactly where they were not. I think this quotation from a child refugee in Hungary is describing it the best way. In my most beautiful dreams, when I don't want to wake up, I am in Budapest, walking there, so don't wake me yet. Not for 5 or 10 more minutes. Right now, I am in Budapest. Let me stay there for a while. Back in Greece. What I am claiming with those children who went through those processes, we have a very separate group of children which cannot be compared to those who were able to stay with their families or were born as, so to say, second generation already to parents who lived there and who may have never learned Czech or Polish or Hungarian in a right way. Those children, in my opinion, and I am borrowing here from Bakic Haydn, are a part of a nested community of memory related to those children's homes. That would be my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting subject. As you probably know, the fate of the children of the world is right now in the center of a lot of researcher. There is a book also about the Greek refugees in Romania, written by Professor Patelakis, which is published in Greek and also in Romanian. I think Q&A would be at the end of the, okay? So you want to ask now? To put questions right now? Later. Okay. So, next colleague is Areti Makri. She will speak about a trip from Epirus to Romania and back. Areti, please.
Oh, yeah. Where can I sit, please?
Yes.
Should I? In front of the computer. Okay.
So, maybe here, and I'll be.
Thank you very much. I
have. Yeah.
Αυτό δεν είναι.
Ναι.
Να το τρέξουμε σε Chrome.
Σε Mozilla το έχω σπίτι, αλλά επειδή μόνο αυτό χρησιμοποιώ, δεν ξέρω.
So you have 20-25 minutes, it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's more than okay. It's gonna be less.
Εντάξει, το βάζω.
Okay, yeah, ναι, αφήστε το, όχι.
Take your time.
Hello all, and thank you for the invitation. this is a very moving time for me here. Usually I deal with archives since I'm working at the General State Archives of Greece, Historical Archives of Macedonia. And when I present something, it's usually from documents and archives, but this time it's going to be a personal story. This is the story of my father-in-law, who used to be a child that, as Kateřina presented, παιδί του παιδομαζώματος, he went in Romania with the Greek Civil War, and then when repatriated, he was moved to the child towns of Queen Frederica. This whole story was initiated because he never spoke to us about his past. He didn't want to remember anything. So I said to him, okay, would you like to be interviewed by Miss Ricky van Buschoten, because he lives in Volos and she's at the University of Thessaly there? And he said yes. So at this opportunity, we now have his oral testimony about his past. And I can't stop thinking, for what it's worth now, I'm not sure, that after the interview, poor him, he suffered a lot of strokes and ended up with dementia. And now he's at his last day, so I think that this is a good thing for him. He cannot remember his past, but you can hear something and you can go on and remember what he cannot right now. Okay, so I'm going to show you today his, actually what I named travelogue, because it was like a travelogue, although I'm not sure how, what the etymology of this word is, but this is how I named it for today. So, the displacement of children to Eastern European countries during the Greek Civil War and their subsequent repatriation and settlement in child towns in post-war Greece mark a pivotal moment in the formation of their identity as adults. This research, as I already said, aims to explore the formation of political identity among individuals who, as minors, were influenced by the ideological and political divides of the era. Starting in the spring of 1948, around 25,000 children, Kateřina before said 28, and probably this is the correct one, an equal number of adults, mainly women, crossed Greece's northern borders and settled in various Eastern European countries. The evacuation of women and children from the war zones was a major ideological battleground between the government of Athens and the Democratic Army. At the same time, at least 14,000 children were placed in child towns in Greece under the royal welfare and the guidance of Queen Frederica. Over time, both sides have used these events and the memories of those involved in order... Ayca, 112.
It's stormy in Romania. Go ahead.
Okay. So, as I was saying, that both of these sides have used these events and the memories of those involved in order to craft historical narratives, shaping public memory accordingly. The primary case for this research is an interview with Stavros, a native of Mastorochoria in Epirus, specifically from the village Drosopigi. As a child, he was relocated by the Democratic Army along with his mother and the three sisters to Romania. In the mid-1950s, he was repatriated to Greece and placed in various child towns where he spent his formative years. In 2017, and at the encouragement of his family and as a part of the Volos Oral History Group efforts to document audiovisual testimonies from the Civil War period, Stavros shared his experiences. Then his interview was transcribed, analyzed with his consent, and serves today as the core study. Some key questions arising from this microhistory center on the formation of political identity, as I already said, and specifically I was wondering how was the political identity of children first displayed in Eastern Europe during the Civil War and then repatriated to Greek child towns. How is this political identity shaped? To what extent did each side succeed in influencing these children's political identity? And last, how important was education in this process? Although the limited scope of this study prevents from broader generalizations, it nonetheless, I think, contributes to the broader discussion surrounding dominant political narratives. Understanding Stavros' narrative requires contextualizing the Greek Civil War. The conflict was marked by violent clashes between government forces supported by the United States and the Democratic Army, which sought to establish a communist regime. In this environment, families faced difficult decisions. Drosopigi, Stavros' home village, was one of the many communities caught in the crossfire. The constant bombings led parents to consider relocating their children for safety, with many seeing this as the only viable solution. In April 1948, at the tender age of 13 months old, Stavros, accompanied by his mother and 3 sisters, crossed the Greek-Albanian borders. What initially was intended to be a very short stay, something like maybe 6 days, it turned out to be 6 years in exile, as he says at one point. This move, which ultimately led them to Romania, marked the beginning of a significant chapter in their lives, defined by uncertainty and search for an identity amidst conflict. Stavros recalled only vague memories of his village, including a priest in a ceremonial attire conducting a funeral, and himself standing at the balcony of their house wearing a Democratic Army military cap that was sewed by his mother. Upon arrival in Romania, specifically in Sinaia, the children were initially separated by age. Older children were housed in the former royal palace, while younger ones were placed in other accommodations. As stability returned, they moved to Florica, where Stavros was reunited with his mother and other peer villagers. There he attended the Romanian school during the day and received Greek lessons in the afternoon. Life in Florica, he says that it was well organized, but also challenging, as they didn't speak the local language. They relied on ration coupons, and they adhered strictly to the doctrine of holding arms at the ready, means to oplo parapoda, as we say in Greek. In 1953, families were allowed to reunite abroad. However, some bureaucratic obstacles prevented Stavros' family from joining his sister in Tashkent. And when reflecting on that, he speculates that different circumstances might have opened other opportunities, including potentially in a better educational options. In 1953, the residents of Florica were dispersed. Some went to Botosani, while Stavros' family went to Falticeni, likely due to the concerns of the Communist Party about coordinated repatriation efforts. They began the repatriation process with the Greek government's help, despite the opposing strategy of the Communist Party. His younger sister, though, chose to remain in Romania for her studies before eventually joining the other 2 sisters in Tashkent. It was the sense of longing for their homeland that motivated their return. Stavros narrates the time they received a letter from the Sopigi, which enclosed a leaf from a plane tree from their village. This bittersweet gesture left the expatriated unable to console one another, overwhelmed by the pain of exile. The sorrow of the foreign land was unbearable. On August 15th, 1954, they boarded a ship in Constanza, for their return to Greece. During the voyage, 2 priests held the Assumption Day service. Upon reaching Thessaloniki, they kissed the ground in relief, as he says. They traveled through Ioannina, Konitsa, Pyrsogianni, by bus, mule, on foot, before finally arriving at their village. The villagers there welcomed them with embraces and joy, and Stavros, at the innocent age of 9, he wondered what would be their next destination. Life in the village, however, was very difficult. Men worked as builders across Greece, returning briefly in the summer, while women managed farm, households, and children. Education ended at the primary school, as children were needed for labor, and many parents hesitated to send them to distant schools. From 1954 to 1958, Stavros attended the local primary school, excelling academically. However, his parents refused to allow him to continue his education. A relative attempted to pressure them by threatening to cut off financial aid from an uncle in America, but this effort failed. As a result, Stavros repeated sixth grade multiple times until the Royal Welfare Office intervened and arranged his placement in child towns. So under a lot of pressure, finally, his family requested his placement in a child town, although they were opposite in that, and it was eventually approved. By October, after missing the high school entrance exam for one more time, he repeated sixth grade, for this time for the third time, and he did that in Rhodes, after a brief stay in the child town of Zyros. In Rhodes, he spent his free time reading books from the library and purchasing other with small sums that were sent from home. In the spring of 1960, Queen Frederica visited the facilities, and the staff selected young Stavros to welcome her and present her with flowers, a memory he recalls with a mixture of pride, sweetness, but also ambivalence, often reflecting on how the Greek people bore the cost of the queen's daughter dowry. In September 1960, now in high school, he moved to Volos, where he would live for the next 6 years and eventually for the rest of his life. The child town of Volos was modern with good facilities, including bathrooms, a recreation hall, dining room, sports fields, and a seaside location. However, he recalls being told he and a few other outsiders were closely monitored with their correspondence kept under scrutiny. But despite of all these challenges, Stavros considered the child town his home, as it provided him with clothing, food, entertainment, and most importantly, access to education. When asked about his time there, he fondly remembers the generous meals, the oranges, a luxury compared to the scarcity of resources in his hometown. The local school children welcomed the children from the child town, inviting them to their homes and forming close relationships, friendships. Children from Epirus, in particular, they excelled academically and athletically, earning the respect of their peers. Stavros recalls his time there as peaceful and fulfilling. By 1966, when Stavros completed his education, he was already 21 years old, having repeated sixth grade for 3 times. And although he had been accepted to the philosophy department at the University of Ioannina, and with a scholarship, he had to serve in the military as he no longer had the right to defer his service. And thus ended the two devsirme. Και έτσι τελείωσαν τα δύο πεδομαζώματα. This is how he says it, how he reflects in his interview, and being very unsure which was the more difficult. And he says, of course, in the second one I studied. I became a philologist. But if it hadn't been for the first one, the second one wouldn't have happened. Accustomed to communal and military-like living, he served first in Crete and then in Cyprus. There in Cyprus, he found himself out of Greece again and felt safer as his past made it hard to trust anyone during the junta. In October 1968, using some borrowed money, he began his studies in Ioannina. During holidays and summer vacations, he worked in a steel mill in Athens. As a university student, he wasn't particularly affected by the junta, as he spent most of his time studying or traveling for work. However, his three sisters, who returned from Tashkent, faced frequent police visits. At the end of the interview, the interviewer, Dr. Buschoten, asks Stavros when he first felt he was creating his life independently. He answers focusing on his marriage and the creation of his family. Despite living in communal settings throughout his life, it was only after meeting his wife that he felt a sense of family and worth. They shared the same experiences, bound them. Their shared experiences bound them together strongly. She was born in 1952, lost her mother at a very young age, and was separated from her father, who was sent as a political prisoner in Yaros. An excellent student herself, she studied to become a teacher and secure her livelihood in Ioannina as well, where they met. At his adult life, Stavros spends every summer in his village with his family. The skills of an Epirus builder were clearly in his blood, as he managed over the years to renovate his family home by himself. Lisa Malki observes that the concept of homeland is rooted in stability, organization, and immobility, often defined by an emotional attachment to a specific geographic location. For Stavros, forced migration, both beyond borders and within Greece, altered his identity and culture. His childhood was not simply given. It was something he constructed through struggle, resilience, and his desire to survive and define his path. The toddler from the borderlands became a child of the Iron Curtain, the Highlander teenager transformed into a young urbanite, and ultimately an adept adult winter swimmer. The ideological dichotomy within which Stavros was raised was marked with ambiguities created by hegemonic narratives of each side. At a first glance, it seemed that he was saved by the communists, but flourished with the provision of the nationalists. However, he never squinted. His gaze was always directed towards the path that would offer him progress, happiness, far from any polarization and political opportunism. He never exploited the system, rather than he viewed the systems as tools to provide him with maximum benefit during the challenging phases of his life. Drosopigi is the place he returns to when he seeks to find his roots, customs, and traditions. For Stavros, the village has always been the place that gave him life, the place that awakens his senses in April and brings to his mind the verses of the poet, "Whoever dies today, 1,000 times." Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Very, very interesting story. And the last intervention in our panel is our colleague from Macedonia University and our host, Eleni Paschalidou, also about the bloody
The organizing committee.
yeah, civil war. Eleni, you.
Θα μας κάνω λίγο το PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Το κάνετε εσείς.
Τι έχουμε, πού είναι.
Έχουμε ένα PowerPoint, είναι πάνω στην επιφάνεια εργασίας. Είναι ανοιχτό το μικρόφωνο τώρα.
Ναι.
Hello to everyone. I'm Eleni Paschalidou. I think that most of you know me as the secretary of the organizing committee.
From emails.
I'm very glad to meet you all in person. Also, I would like to thank the scientific committee for being here. Έτοιμο, ready? My paper is about the different policy of memory on the Greek Civil War soldiers, and I would like to confess that it is a little difficult for me to speak about the Greek Civil War in front of Nikos Maratzidis, but I will try my best. I will do my best. The Greek Civil War, apart from the thousands of victims it caused, also created a divided society. The traumatic past of the Civil War had to be forgotten in order to establish peace and democracy. However, society could not forget, and before returning to its daily life, it had to interpret the conflict and to give justice to its dead. The establishment of an official interpretation of the divisive past was necessary and was imposed by the winners, marginalizing the defeated. In the winners' narrative, the bloody events of 1946 to 1949 were not treated as civil war, but as a struggle of the Greeks against the communist invasion, planned by foreigners, the Slavs. On the other hand, those of the defeated who remained in Greece imposed on them a plethora of restrictions and prohibitions in order to forget, while those who were exiled depended for their survival on the memory of the Civil War until they could reconstitute. In this context of constructing a different narrative for the memory of the Civil War, the death of soldiers on each side was also instrumentalized. The aim of this paper is to investigate the different policies of remembrance of the soldiers' death implemented by the opposite sides from the end of the Greek Civil War until today. The Greek Civil War broke out immediately after the liberation of Greece from the Germans in 1944 and was essentially the first act of the Cold War. It took place from 1946 to 1949 between the National Governmental Army and the communist-led irregular army known as the Democratic Army of Greece. The main cause of the Civil War was the opposing views on the political future of Greece and its governance after the withdrawal of the German occupation troops. In Greece, unlike most Balkan countries, a People's Republic had not been established, but a precarious and controlled democracy that persecuted and marginalized communists because of the fear of their return. This fear was due to the announcement by the General Secretary of the Communist Party of Greece in October 1949 that they did not lay down their arms but were on standby. In Greek, ta όπλα παραπόδα, as Areti said. The Greek Civil War is considered by far the bloodiest for the Greeks, as it caused about 40,000 deaths. The soldiers of the National Army were immediately buried in pre-existing available sites that functioned as German or Serbian military cemeteries, in mass graves near the battlefields, and often within municipal cemeteries in a special designed area. A total of 48 military cemeteries were built to accommodate the Civil War dead, the vast majority of which are located in northern Greece. The state and the army paid tribute to the dead soldiers as a sign of gratitude by organizing funerals and religious commemoration. Usually the funerals of the officers of the National Army were more formal, as they were attended by the political and military leadership, the educational community, and a large number of people. Although in some cases mass funerals were held, all soldiers, without exception, received the honor of a religious ceremony. Quite often, the funerals were published in the local press to ensure public attendance. The military service informed the families of the fallen by correspondence almost immediately after their deaths. At the same time, the state paid tribute to fallen soldiers in various ways, by sending medals for valor and diplomas of gratitude to their families, by providing them with medical care and pensions, by erecting sculptural busts, and by giving their names to city streets and military camps. One way of enforcing and shaping the memory of the Civil War by the winners was the establishment of public commemorative ceremonies. The military victory had to be sealed politically, and this could be achieved through the public recognition of the dead soldiers as heroes. The dead soldiers were to be used as an example in case the state was threatened again by a new communist invasion. After the Civil War, a plethora of public ceremonies was established. Among of them, the religious commemorations for the fallen soldiers of the Civil War, which were held once a year in the military cemeteries and concerned only the soldiers of the Civil War and not the rest of the soldiers which fell during the various national struggles, for whom was also held a religious commemoration, but on a different date. In addition to the annual religious commemoration, the state imposed on local communities to organize additional commemorations in the country military cemeteries on the occasion of local and national anniversaries. The main aim of the winners was the wider participation of the people in the public commemoration, and that's why the presence of the educational community was obligatory. War-disabled, widows, and orphans were officially invited and had a prominent place in the commemoration in order to remind the brutality of the enemies and to justify the participation of the National Army in the Civil War. The presence of the above-mentioned social groups increased the emotional charge, created feelings of national pride, and at the same time multiplied the hate against the enemy. It was on these premises that the military junta relied in order to make legal its regime. Initially, it showed particular interest in the military cemeteries, carrying out serious reconstructions, erecting monuments in the military cemeteries, and taking care at the same time the transfer of the remains of dead soldiers from individual or mass graves to organized cemeteries. It seems that the dictatorial regime attempted to instrumentalize the sacred place reserved by the Greek Orthodox traditions for human remains, as well as their central importance for Greek identity. As far as public commemorative ceremonies were concerned, the regime did not impose new ones, but preserved the existing ones, giving them a more formal and celebratory tone. The aim of the regime was to make the dead soldiers of the Civil War the basis for the legalization of the anti-communist struggle that it was fighting. On the contrary, the dead of the Democratic Army did not receive the same honors. The Communist Party of Greece had been declared illegal on 27 December 1947, and as a result, its members were persecuted by the Greek authorities. This was the main reason that the fighters of the Democratic Army could not collect their dead after a battle to bury them, as they were in danger of being arrested. Therefore, the dead soldiers of the Democratic Army were not buried according to any protocol. Instead, many may not have been buried. But even those who were able to be buried did not receive the honor of the Christian funeral service as defined by our religion, because they were not accompanied by a priest. They may have been communists, but most of the soldiers of the Democratic Army were Orthodox Christians and would probably wish to be buried according to the Christian tradition. However, when circumstances permitted, only civilian funerals were held by their fellow. It is worth mentioning that in small communities there were extremes on the part of the gendarmerie or paramilitary groups who loaded the dead fighters into trucks and drove them around the villages or put their heads in public view in order to set an example to the local community. Given these circumstances, the families of the dead fighters were not informed of their death. The Democratic Army did not have a similar mechanism to the National Army, and therefore, even today, there are no official records of the dead soldiers of the Democratic Army. The only information about the dead fighters is provided by Provisional Government Gazette, which began to be published at the end of December 1947, when the Provisional Democratic Government was formed, having as its base the mountain range of North Pindus. The newspaper was published until the final defeat of the Democratic Army in August 1949, without a regular circulation. In each issue, the names of the dead fighters were published, and the leadership of the Democratic Army awarded them with the rank of officer without mentioning if they were buried and where they were buried. The fighters who provided excellent services were awarded with moral rewards, such as commendations and promotion for bravery. It is obvious that the leadership of the Democratic Army could not reward the families of the fallen financially, as the National Army did, so they were limited to moral rewards. However, in the 60th issue of the newspaper, a decision was published about the pensions to be given to the victims of the Democratic Army if it won the Civil War. Just before the end of the war, the shortage of soldiers in the Democratic Army was great, and maybe that is why after a battle they gave priority to the wounded soldiers and not the dead. In the 18th issue of the Gazette, the president of the Provisional Democratic Government awarded a medal for bravery to a woman fighter of the Democratic Army whose team fell into an enemy minefield, resulting in 3 dead and 3 seriously wounded. Despite being left alone, the fighter was able to carry the wounded on her back for several kilometers and saved also their weapons. No mention was made of the 3 dead fighters who probably remained unburied. Therefore, it is understandable that the dead soldiers of the Democratic Army were not given the proper honors either during the Civil War or after its end. The leadership of the Democratic Army that had remained was exiled and could not care for the dead soldiers. The regime of marginalization and repression imposed on communists by the post-Civil War state and later by the military junta prevented their relatives from seeking their burial place. The situation in the policy of managing the memory of the Civil War changed radically with the fall of the military junta in 1974. The Communist Party of Greece returned to legality, and those of the fighters who had been in exile returned to the country. As a result, the leftist discourse became loud again after so long of enforced silence and targeted the Civil War commemorations, desiring their abolition. Leftist rhetoric, even including the religious commemoration for the dead soldiers, as they were seen as hate festivals, without being recognized the religious character. In 1981, when PASOK, a socialist party, came to power, all commemoration of the Civil War were abolished as a symbolic act of national reconciliation, and only religious commemoration were allowed to be held in religious places without the official presence of the authorities. The consequence of this decision was to marginalize commemoration, as the presence of the political leadership was now hesitant and the attendance of the war reduced. Gradually, the winners of the Civil War were removed from the commemoration, even though they had established them, as they realized that the memory of the Civil War had a divisive effect at taking away votes. In contrast, the struggle of the Democratic Army of Greece began to be highlighted more, especially from 2006 onwards, on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of its foundation. Since then, the Civil War was remembered as the top moment of the class struggle in Greece, and the struggle of the Democratic Army as anti-imperialist, fair and moral, whose justification has not yet come. This perspective was accompanied by excessive remembrance of the Civil War that was implemented through the organization of various events, visits to sites associated with battles of the war, and the creation of museums and monuments. Probably the change in the way the Communist Party of Greece remembered the Civil War occurred because the party leadership saw the history of the Democratic Army as an attractive memorial site for communists. However, the new political line of memory of the Civil War adopted by the Communist Party of Greece was not accompanied by a corresponding care for the graves of the dead fighters of the Democratic Army. A typical example is the mass grave of almost 700 fighters of the Democratic Army who died trying to occupy the city of Florina in February 1949. After the end of the battle, the dead of the Democratic Army were gathered by the National Army and buried in a mass grave a short distance from the military cemetery. In 2016, 70 years after the founding of the Democratic Army, the Communist Party of Greece erected a monument on the site of the mass grave, but the grave was not opened, and no systematic effort was made to recover the remains and identify them. Although the symbolic restitution of the defeated of the Civil War has always been an issue for the local communities, until today the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Greece has not systematically excavated the bones from temporary or mass graves. Only on the island of Lesbos have some exhumations of fighters been carried out, but these have the stamp of the local community and were initiated by local actors. But apart from the indifference of the Central Committee of the party, neither the relatives of the fallen fighters do not seem to be active in claiming the burial of their dead or their exhumation from mass graves, as was in the case of the Spanish Civil War, when they privately hired experts for this purpose. But why do the relatives of the dead fighters seem unwilling to recover the remains of their loved ones? This question seems to remain unanswered, but is probably due to the fact that the Greek society has not achieved a sufficient level of ideological independence from the state. In recent decades, exhumation have become a key policy tool to bring reconciliation to deeply divided societies, a tool used by several societies and major international organizations. However, Greece continues to resist this norm. The decision to exhume, identify, and probably rebury the bodies that were previously buried in a mass grave represents a significant political decision that changes the way that we view our past. For example, in the case of the Florina's mass grave, the Communist Party of Greece could be faced with uncomfortable truths because the remains could potentially reveal the truth about forcibly recruited people or about the identification of Slav Macedonians. In conclusion, it becomes clear that political parties remain central actors in managing the political memory of the past. Almost 8 decades after the end of the war, the defeated of the Civil War ideologically dominate the public sphere, even though they have not taken care of the dead bodies of the Democratic Army fighters. This situation can also be interpreted as the revenge of the defeated who, after their return from exile, claimed and lent the interpretation of the civil war. In contrast, the winners of the civil war seem to be uncomfortable with the post-civil war past, as the military junta rewrote the history of the civil war, but not in a flattering way for them. Nowadays, on the one hand, annual religious commemorations are organized in the country's military cemeteries in honor of all the soldiers who sacrificed for the homeland during all the national struggles, which, however, have been marginalized because they are considered remnants of the military junta. On the other hand, memorial ceremonies for the civil war are organized by the political heirs of the defeated, who do not seek so much to honor the fighters of the Democratic Army as natural persons, but rather want to protect the ideology of the communist part of Greece. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So we have 20 minutes for questions and for discussions. Let's start with the questions, please. Three smart and very beautiful ladies around me. I'm the most happiest man in this hall. Okay, so please, who want to put some questions or to make some commentaries? I repeat, we have three excellent topics today. Maybe I will start myself asking my colleague from Karol University in Prague if she found some information about Zachariadis in the Czech archives. I searched myself in the Romanian archives. I found some things, but nothing about his death. Do you know something?
Well, as over here, some issues of the popular historical monthly are circulating here. You can also see in the last issue. Oh,
yeah. I think it's better to be here and stay.
or maybe
You'll be.
just grab the microphone. Okay. Is it better?
Yes.
Okay.
Much better.
Perfect. So I forgot to tell you during or before my talk that I brought with you the latest issues of a monthly published in Czech Republic, which is a popular history written mostly by historians, but for a more general public interested in history. In the first part of 2024, we published a series on Greek Civil War refugees, and it ended up, the last one you have around, with the interview with the daughter of Nico Zachariadis. So his first wife was Czech. He met her in Soviet Union, and his daughter is still alive and happy grandmother in Czech Republic. In Czech archives, we didn't find anything regarding his death because it did not occur on the Czech soil. I was also searching the Arlsen archives for his time in the Nazi camps. There is not much conclusive material over there. But as regards, it's interesting because in Greece it has been a heated debate about how he spent and what he did in German camps. So I was looking forward to finding something interesting, and there was just the dates in, dates out, not really anything conclusive, which would suggest that a lot of the Zachariadis stories are quite exaggerated and are more part of the leftist cultural memory or of the Greek cultural memory on both sides, always framed a little bit differently, but that there is not much to be proven based on those documents. So that would be the simple answer to the complicated question for Czechoslovakia and Czechia, because it was not happening to Zacharias. That wasn't anything. What is his daughter saying is that it took quite a long time and on quite clandestine ways that she actually realized that her father passed away. So that was the most interesting part. It wasn't the Communist Party or official political elites coming to her and telling her what actually happened to her father and that her father died.
Something to that. We at the State Archives here in Thessaloniki, obviously we have a file for Zachariadis, but it was a long time since we understood that this file is for him, because he was mentioned as Nikos Koutvis. Yes, he is.
His daughter is mentioning that he had a code name, that she doesn't remember anymore whose and what. But it is interesting that a leader of a communist party is dying, who is closely connected to Czechoslovakia by his private life, or once private life, because he then remarried and abandoned the Czech part of his family. So it's, it would be something for a movie for Hollywood or Netflix today, maybe. But that's what she is mentioning as well.
Yeah, so we were very surprised and glad to find this file. And after all, when we took the file in our hands, it was just a few pages, not much information, but still, at least we have, we now know that Nikolaos Koutvis is Nikos Zachariadis.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Please, who wants to try? Please, sir.
Thank you for your presentations, like very much all of you. I have a comment question for Kateřina and one other for Eleni Paschalidou. What is it very interesting, I can say striking, in the story of the children and the memory of the children of the Greek Civil War is that we have two contradictory memories. The one I can call the institutional memory of the children's story, which is very politicized and strongly, I can say, propagandistic. From one side, the Greek state, the Greek government, which denounced the Communist Party for this operation, and from the other side, the Communist Party that justified all the operation. And this is the one memory, the memory of two different institutions, if you like, which, as I've said, is strongly politicized and propagandistic. And from the other side, and as long as time passed, we have the memory of the children themselves, which is less politicized and oriented more in their personal experiences and mostly in their relations to the host countries, which is a totally different story, and totally different feelings came from these memories. And I find that these two contradictory memories, the one coming from the institutions and the other coming from the individuals, show very much the difficulties to deal with so complicated historical events like the story of the children of the Greek Civil War. And my second question is about the exhumations, and you are absolutely right. We never thought about exhumations in the case of the Greek Civil War, and we never thought in Greece about how important could be such a process. And of course, the contradiction here is the Spanish Civil War and how in Spain this process expressed a change in the mentality and in the feelings toward the civil war. In Greece, we never thought. Probably the one reason is that in the case of the massive graves in Western Macedonia, there is the question of the ethnicity of the bodies that exist there. But maybe there are other explanations. I don't know. It's a very interesting thing, very particular in the Greek case. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Nico, for elaborating on that. That's excellent. And I would even argue there are more competing narratives that only the top-down Greek narrative and the bottom-up children narrative. And we are still missing many pieces because at the time where we were able to record, the adult generations were gone already. So we only have the voice of the children. And do not forget that the adults coming to the Eastern Bloc countries were very often illiterated. So we don't have even letters or diaries or something like that, which is very interesting if we compare, for example, and of course the evacuation, let's call it now evacuation, even though in the narratives and memories we would hear many other names, like especially the pedomazoma would be very prominent over here. But evacuations of children from war zones were happening not for the first time in Europe with the children of Greece. We have similar situation with the Spanish Civil War, and not only to the West, but also to the Soviet Union, and where they became educated, etc. So we have the interwar period. We would have the Kindertransporte, and again the top-down and the bottom-up perspective, which is very interesting. We would have also child evacuations from the Yugoslav wars in the 90s, which were more clandestine because back then already United Nations decided it is illegal to evacuate unaccompanied child refugees. And what we saw also during the war in Syria, how the international organizations reacted to that. So we have many layers on that. And of course, in the post-communist countries or in the communist countries, it would be the narrative of the international efforts, humanitarian efforts, put on that, where not only children of Greece were coming, but also children from Korea and later on children from Vietnam. So we have many layers of these remembrance and identity building with many dichotomies. What I think it's not only about the children, it's about the specificity of the institutionalization of the children, and in which system, as you said, very loyal to the host country, however the regime is changing. So loyal to the communist Czechoslovakia and loyal to the post-communist Czechia or Poland or Hungary, etc. But competing among them, which of the countries was better? So when I started to record Greek Civil War refugees, children in Czechoslovakia, in Czech Republic, most of them were saying we had a much better life than in Poland or Hungary. And then when we recorded, when I had a Polish student recording, she heard the story that in Poland the life was much better. So you have these competing loyalties as well. And that's why I propose to call it nested communities of memory and not one community of memory as it was put mostly until now in the research.
It's true about the exhumation in Greece. you know better the subject from me, I think. I would like to add only that exhumation have not happened and from the other side, and I mean the dead of the National Army to the borders of Albania. I think that before 10 years has started the process, but even now we haven't any result. The most weird for me is that the relatives don't see active to make exhumation as the Spanish Civil War, as I said before. And I think because the line of the party, of the Communist Party, is not a very positive for this. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Neumann. If there are more questions, please. And after.
Thank you very much for all presentations. I have one question to Kateřina, if I got it rightly. You spoke about the community of memoirs, of memories, yes, if I got it right. Could you please explain what does mean speaking about this, because for me it's a little bit controversial about how its imaginary is transgressing symbolic lines, or through the memoirs, through the oral histories. Thank you very much.
Statements about his father also. What I'd like to ask is there some kind of connection between different social phenomena and ideological outcomes in the next generation?
Thank you. Excellent question. Please.
Presentations, yeah. And I heard, well, this is not my topic. I'm not an expert of this topic. I deal with nationalism, but I heard you mentioned a lot of times Spain as an example, and I don't really think that Spain is the best example to take. There is this Spanish writer who's called Javier Cercas. He's been translated in Greek too, and he always he writes non-fiction novels, and he says that in Spain there was actually like an agreement of silence to speak about what happened in their civil war. And I think that the law of memory in Spain passed in 2007, and it's very problematic, as he says. And every time, because I think that was the left government who passed this law in Spain, and when the right-wing government came into power, it stopped. So I don't think if Spain is the best example to take. And if you haven't read this writer, you should read it because it's very useful. Okay, it was more like a comment. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are any questions? No. Kateřina?
Okay. Thank you. Excellent question. There wasn't time to elaborate on that. That would be a completely different presentation. Of course, it's very interesting to see how those displacements are being navigated, and there are many factors which play a role. First of all, many of those countries of Central East Europe, which happen to be under the rule of Moscow, lost a significant part of its own population, and that was the German population. It was absolutely clear that what those countries are doing is putting the Greek Civil War refugees in the places where the German population is now missing. Very interesting demographic and geographic movements in those parts of the world. But they were doing that if it wasn't close to the borders with the West. So let's say for Czechoslovakia, where a big part of the borders evacuated or with expulsed German population was next to West Germany. Over there were no settlements of the Greek Civil War refugees. So it was separated from the rest of the population on the former German inhabited territories, and orchestrated first in between Moscow and the Greek Communist Party. At first, once they were on the ground, the local institutions took over. First, these were more of grassroots, semi-structured organizations like the Greek Action, but established or Greek Aid, Czech Greek Aid, established in Czechoslovakia even before any of the Greek Civil War refugees stepped his or her foot on Czech ground. Once it was happening in the country, there was still a voice of the Greek Communist Party, sometimes very ridiculous ones. One where the Greek Communist Party was claiming that they should go to rural settlements without recognizing that rural settlements in Central Europe look pretty differently than in Greece, right? That they won't eat olives and will have a lot of snow in winter and will have a completely different climatic environment than they were used to. And with all those structures, and I think it was mentioned by you, Areti, that things were happening impulsively. Once the Greek Civil War refugees saw there is a better living in the cities, there was no one to stop them in commuting to the cities from those village settlements for better living. So there were many tensions in what was on paper, who wrote it first, who got in next, and who reacted afterwards. We do have only in Hungary an example of a Greek town created. We do not have the same Beloyanis. We don't have the same, we don't encounter it at all in Czechoslovakia or in Poland or, to my best knowledge, in any other place. Even the Bulgars think it's a completely different story in Yugoslavia. So there are different policies behind that, but they are very overlayered. If just already long enough answer to your question and to a very interesting topic. community of memory. So what Bella in 85 has coined as community of memory would be people who may have never met. It's more a sort of cultural memory they share in terms of values and experiences which unite them. So you can live in a completely different country. It would go for diasporic communities which would cherish the same sort of history, and so on and so on. Later on, in about 2000, when Ricky van Buskoten and Darnford are writing their own anthropological book, they are borrowing this theory of community of memory, which is more cultural. I hate to use the term collective memory. Halbwachs was definitely the pioneer of memory studies, but as Wolf Kannsteiner is rightfully asking, is there anything like collective memory really? So I would expound behind that. But this feeling of belonging to something which may have never existed, which was just created by the circumstances, that would be something to understand as a community of memory. Can be given by the language, by the culture, by the class, and so on. So, and nested, that's what I'm borrowing from Bakic Haydn, from her nested Orientalism, and many after her who expanded on it. Now I have a note, different countries and phenomena and Zachariades, and I am not very sure to what it was I wanted to say on that one, so remind me if I didn't catch it. But the social phenomena and going into an ideological outcome, that's an excellent question. It's so interesting. That was one of my first questions. Whom did they educate? You know, and again, not just for Greek Civil War refugees, but for the Kindertransporter, for the Spanish children being raised in a completely different setting. And my argument is that having those children, even under dictatorial conditions in our country or other countries, or under authoritarian regimes, doesn't necessarily make from them sheeps following the system. Just the contrary. So to give you an example of Czechoslovakia, which was incredibly secularized, the same wouldn't count exactly the same way for Poland, for example. But in Czechoslovakia, religious education was forbidden. They were not allowed to wear any symbols of religion. There was not a cross in the rooms. The holidays they were celebrating in the children's homes were not Christmas, but the New Year, which was completely secularized. Most of the children became Greek Orthodox and quite religious in their life. On the other way around, yes, many of them across all countries are saying our new God through the early education in the late 90s and late 40s and early 50s. They would say our new God became Stalin. Great, but what does it mean? Are there hardcore communists? No, not at all. They grabbed the first chance to open their small businesses, to live, to support in a way a very neoliberal opinion about the world and about economics. So it doesn't really mean that indoctrination they surely had in those places would follow them on the trajectory throughout their life, and that's very interesting. So there was a crucial help to children, which at the very end of the day resulted in many of them made out of it the best for themselves, built their careers and their lives and their families, and be it communism or be it Frederica's homes here, just live it. Yeah, that's my observation. Thank you.
You have right. There was the law of the silence till 2007, and that's why the Spanish example was the appropriate that I mentioned, because although that it was this law, the relatives and the society began exhumation, and in Greece that there wasn't this law, the relatives didn't make any exhumation. There is a very good documentary in YouTube about this thing. I don't remember now that the name. That describes very good how the relatives were organized and hired archaeologists, anthropologists with their own money, and they did it. Of course, exhumation have done in Balkans in a lot of countries, but in 15-20 minutes that I have to speak, I couldn't mention all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I told you at the beginning, it was a very good panel with 3 excellent interventions. So let's give a big applause for our ladies. And to answer to Professor Victor Neumann, yes, Stalin was the guy who said 500 in Hungary, 2 million in Romania, so on. So, yes, the big father was there. Okay, thank you. Coffee break. Publicity.
Test. Okay, so just echo. We start our panel. Yes.
Thessaloniki, although I really much wanted to, but November was a pretty busy month for me, so I'm sorry for that. Luckily, I can follow you through YouTube, and I must say that the conference is extremely interesting, and I congratulate everyone who already has given their paper because they were really interesting and inspiring. So I also look forward to everyone else, and especially for this panel. So today I'm going to talk about the contested memories and conflicting narratives in Slovenia after the Second World War. I will present how this situation actually evolved and what opportunities I see for future research, especially related to the methodology of oral history and other digital humanities tools. So let's try this one. Has the PowerPoint moved? I hope you can see the second slide. So during the Second World War, the Slovenian territory faced 4 occupation regimes: the German, Italian, Hungarian, and Croatian, the really tiny zone of the occupation regime of the independent state of Croatia. So during that period, a strong antagonism arose between two sides. The first side were the members of the National Liberation Struggle, so the resistance, the partisans, and their supporters, where at least from February 43, the Communist Party of Slovenia had the leading role, although the situation in practice was much more complex. And secondly, those who collaborated with the occupying forces, especially the so-called domobranci, the home guards. The second considered collaboration to be a means of national survival for the Slovenian nation, or both of them actually considered their activities as a means of national survival. While the second group also saw their activities as resistance against communism. This, of course, led to a strong antagonism between the two sides, accompanied by intense propaganda through newspapers, brochures, books, leaflets, and so on. Thus, already in this period, 2 central contested narratives were born, each justifying wartime activities in its own way. At the end of the war, the Communist Party soon took power in Yugoslavia and also in Slovenia, and with it, control over memory and collective narratives, commemorations, building of monuments, and so on. This means that events that shone a negative light on the national liberation struggle and on the resistance were publicly silenced, since the state-controlled narrative glorified the national liberation struggle, making it also the foundation of the new Yugoslav identity. There was, of course, no room for the memories of those whose narration was not in line with this official collective memory, as we can call it. Country memories were pushed into the individual sphere and limited to the close circle of the like-minded. However, it is important to emphasize already at this point, because this had a direct influence on the situation in the 1980s and beginning of the 1990s, that where circumstances allowed, especially among Slovenians beyond border and in immigration, the counter-narratives continued to evolve, being also very loud. So dating from the period of the Second World War, we can speak of a series of memory narratives where on one hand, we witness the official collective narrative memories, and of course, individual narratives supporting it. And on the other hand, counter memories and individual memories, which were pushed to the margins. This is, I must say, this is a really, let's say, a general view, a really simplified, let's say, to some extent view, because we all know that the situation in practice is not so black and white, and it's much more, it can be much more complex, and it was also in this case. What is important to mention is that already at that point, the central stumbling block, we can call it the stumbling block, were the post-war mass killings in Slovenia, where according to the latest estimates, about 15,000 people, mainly members of the Home Guard and their collaborators and supporters, lost their lives. While the rumors accompanying the events were silent in Yugoslavia, among Slovenia beyond border, this execution and trials of anti-partisan or anti-resistant fighters who were liquidated by the communist authorities were very loud. For instance, many records were published in the press, especially in Argentina, in Canada, in the USA, and so on. The first to speak out publicly about the post-war massacres and these post-war killings, with a strong resonance also in Slovenia and Yugoslavia, was Edvard Kocbek. Edvard Kocbek was a Christian socialist and founding member of the Liberation Front in 1941 at the beginning of the war. His 1975 interview was published in the newspaper The Gulf in Trieste. And it had a really strong resonance, and he was the first person to publicly mention the post-war massacres and the situation that arose after the Second World War. In Slovenia, a great upsurge of talk about this taboo subject began in the 1980s, of course, like in the rest of the Yugoslavia, especially with Spomenka Hribar's essay, Krivda in Greh, Guilt and Sin, which was published in Kocbek Anthology in 1987, while the anthology was published with a two-year delay due to censorship precisely because of this essay. So in this way, individual memories occasionally came to surface, which already indicated the emergence of these memories in the public sphere. A major change, of course, coincided with the first multi-party elections in the 1990s and after Slovenia gained independence in 1991. In this spirit, a reconciliation ceremony was held on 8 July 1990 at Kočevski Rog, which is a symbol place of the post-war massacres in Slovenia. The then president of the Republic of Slovenia, Milan Kučan, in the presence of the Archbishop of Ljubljana and Metropolitan Alojzij Šuštar, in the spirit of reconciliation, expressed respect for all victims of the Second World War, including those killed in post-war mass executions. Despite this initial momentum, however, the polarization of memory was apparently inevitable. The confession of guilt by symbolic figures of the previous regime, like Milan Kučan, was logically followed by the desire of the surviving members of anti-partisan or anti-resistance camp or their relatives to compensate victims of the historical injustices. This opened the door to repressed memories to come to surface, and people who had been silent for decades about their fate or the fate of their families or family members, relatives, and so on, were given the opportunity to talk and seek restitution for historical injustices. They were not just given this opportunity, they were asked to talk about their experience or experience of their relatives. This, of course, led to the gradual collectivization of these individual memories, and consequently the memory of the heroism of the national liberation struggle was no longer immaculate. In order to resolve the historical issue of the crimes and guilt of the communist regime after the Second World War, the Commission of Inquiry into the investigation of post-war massacres, legally questionable trials, and other such irregularities was established in 1993. The commission was also called the Pučnik Commission, after its president, politician and sociologist Jože Pučnik, one of the dissidents in Tito's Yugoslavia. The commission was composed with a balance of individuals with different political views. Despite this, or precisely because of it, at the end of their mandate in 1996, the Commission had not reached a consensus on the joint report. In the same year, so in 1996, the Redress of Injustices Act was adopted, and a year later, the Slovenian government established the Commission of the Government of the Republic of Slovenia for the implementation of the Redress of Injustices Act. Furthermore, in addition to that, in 2005, the government established the Commission on Concealed Mass Graves in Slovenia, with the main task to record large cemeteries and areas of mass killings during and especially after the Second World War. Thus, after the democratization of the political space and the space of memory, these previously silenced individual memories were collectivized. People were asked to talk about their stories and injustices, which led to division in public discourse and the emergence of two diametrically opposed collective narratives. I somehow argue that precisely as a result of the fact that society did not address the traumatic effects of these events and of the war and the long-term consequences of the war and the accompanying events in the years and decades after the Second World War, and because people were not allowed to talk about their wounds and what had happened to them or to their family members and so on, this, of course, had a significantly negative impact on individuals, on their families, and society as such. This only intensified the dynamics of these memories at the time when circumstances allowed them to become part of the public discourse. As a result, these contested memories still continue to divide the Slovenian political, cultural, and social space. Moreover, there seems to be no solution at the socio-political level, since the antagonism continued to shape everyday life, especially during national holidays, especially those related to the Second World War, and the pre-election period. What is also important to mention is that as part of the Social Media for Democracy, So Me for Them project, which is led by the Max Planck Institute in Leipzig, and the Institute Iris is partner of this project, we are currently conducting an investigation on the impact of social media on the polarization of society in the field of cultural memory. Among others, first results show that social networks are a powerful agent of polarization, comparing, of course, them to traditional media like newspapers and so on. This means that debates on social media are further dividing politics and society and people in the field of memory, especially related to the Second World War. I became interested in this subject during my Marie Curie fellowship at the University of Ca' Foscari, Venice, where I applied the methodology of oral history to research the memories and transgenerational transmission of memory of Italian prisoners of war in Yugoslavia after the Second War, and especially their families and descendants. In the course of my research, I began to notice positive effects, not only at the level of individuals I spoke to or people who I interviewed, but also at the level of the whole community, let's call it the community of the descendants of former prisoners of war, because this was actually a non-existing community, because they were not having their own rituals or memorials and so on. So these were people that gradually began to think differently about their past and their family past when I started to talk to them. At that point, they somehow finally got the feeling that finally someone was listening to them and giving validity to their stories. So I began to wonder whether an oral history approach might shed light on the problem of divided memory in Slovenia in a way to slowly overcome past traumas and conflicts. Oh, sorry. At the Center for Oral History of Institute Iris, we are about to start a project. The project is about to start in January 25, related especially to this topic. We have started by recording and collecting existing sources. I'm currently focusing mainly on recording existing oral testimonies. This includes testimonies of both supporters, or say both memory groups, so supporters of the national liberation struggle and resistance and its opponents. I may mention that among testimonies of former members and supporters of the national liberation struggle, a significant collection of more than 60 testimonies is kept in the archives of the Slovenian Security and Intelligence Services, Varnostno-obveščevalna služba, which was one of the key organizations in the communist takeover in Slovenia after the Second World War. Most of these audio recordings date from the period 1978 and 1980, and are thus extremely interesting. Preliminary research has shown that these interviews are an important source for understanding the national liberation struggle, of course, and how the Slovenian Security and Intelligence Service operated. But at the same time, the interviews are, of course, a reflection of the time of production, a period when, as Marta Verginella, Slovenian historian, so skillfully put it, when the ideological glue was beginning to break down in Yugoslavia. There are probably many more both audio interviews and published testimonies, memoirs, and so on from this first memory group. However, there are far fewer, of course, of those who were collaborators of the occupiers or who opposed or threw a negative light on the national liberation struggle. The next step of the project is therefore to find these testimonies, if there are any existing, and collect new ones, if not from the main actors, of course, then from their relative descendants and so on. The central premise is precisely that through a scientifically thorough research, we can contribute to overcoming some of the conflicts and traumas of the past. In Slovenia, the current situation does not allow for the dialogue between the two sides. The conflict of memory is still very much alive and relevant. The scientific community, including the historiographical community, has not yet taken a concrete step towards evaluating all memories of the war, and thus understanding that there are different interpretations of the war, which in some way have to coexist. The idea of this research is therefore to embark on what Michael Rothberg calls multidirectional memory, which means that there are several different memories that need to coexist, and opposes the idea of competitive memory in which memory groups fight for dominance. This is the current situation in Slovenia. So by applying oral history, we are not only studying a time and a past, but at the same time, we are trying to validate that past from the stories of the people who lived it, and at the same time to heal a certain situation. I think it is extremely important that also the academic profession gives voices to these people, because as I have seen in the case of the families of Italian prisoners of war in Yugoslavia, in this way, we often help these people to somehow close a circle of memory and traumas to some extent of their past. I would stop here, and this is, as I said, this is really the beginning of this research, but and it's really inspiring also for me to hear all your interventions on this topic, because it helps me a lot also in my research and research of my research group at the Institute Iris. So I'm looking forward to hearing everyone else and also discuss with you our research and the topics of my research. So thank you for listening. I hope everything was clear, and I'm sorry I'm from home.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really happy. I'm really happy. I'm really happy to be part of this very interesting conference, which is, in my opinion, truly transnationally oriented. I will start. As you know, the post-Yugoslav countries share a common multi-ethnic or multinational Yugoslav past, but their experience and memories are strongly divided. And how to explain these divided memories? The existing literature is more focused on describing opposed memories, but not so much on explaining why they are so strong. And scholars mainly deal with the breakup of Yugoslavia, the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s, and the post-communist transition as the main causes of divided memories in post-Yugoslav countries. Namely, the breakup of Yugoslavia, the dissolution of a federation of 6 Yugoslav republics and 2 autonomous provinces, was violent for many of them, or more or less peaceful for the rest. Slovenia left Yugoslavia in 1991 after a short 7-day war. Croatia after a long war from 1991-1995. Bosnia and Herzegovina after a brutal war from 1992-1995. North Macedonia peacefully in 1991, but later in 2001 with a short internal war and there was also a war at Kosovo, as you know, 1998, 1999, along with NATO intervention and the subsequent independence of Kosovo in 2008, which Serbia do not recognize. Yugoslavia only partially continued to exist as a union of 2 Yugoslav republics, Serbia and Montenegro, which lasted until 2006. The year in which the use of the Yugoslav name for any political entity finally ceased. The turbulent process of the breakup of Yugoslavia lasted for more than a decade and was marked by several wars. And this clearly speaks in favor of the importance of the recent wars as the main causes of divided memories. Given this, it is not surprising that the different warring countries would have sharply contrasting memories of Yugoslavia and its history. However, I will argue for a number of various reasons and much deeper causes, as well as the need to use a much longer historical perspective. First of all, after the collapse of the Habsburg Empire, South Slavic ethnic communities entered Yugoslavia in 1918 with a completely different place of experience and horizon of expectations, as Reinhard Koselleck puts it. The creation of the new Yugoslav state and its subsequent development witnessed both mutual cooperation between their ethnic groups and various conflicts between them for the very beginning. Both aspects, cooperation and conflict, continued throughout the 20th century, along with several major political transformations ranging from monarchist Yugoslavia in 1918, then its occupation during World War II to communist or socialist Yugoslavia in 1945, and finally its dissolution in the 1980s. Considering that, the attitude of the post-Yugoslav countries toward Yugoslavia was determined by the question of whether they perceived themselves as losers or winners of multinational or supranational Yugoslavia. Losers and winners, of course, in terms of nation and state building. Some of them, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and North Macedonia, carried out their nation-building process during socialist Yugoslavia, and they perceived their republics as a great contribution to their own statehood, for them as a positive legacy of Yugoslavia. And it is somewhat similar to Slovenia, and that is why they are not so much against Yugoslavia and their memories. And their memories of Yugoslavia are not negative, especially in comparison with Croatia and to some extent with Serbia. In Serbia, because of Yugoslavia, the 20th century is perceived as a lost century for Serbian national development, and in Croatia, even worse, joining Yugoslavia was a fatal turning point. These differences between post-Yugoslav states can be clearly seen in whether or not they commemorate the creation of Yugoslavia. And during the centenary of Yugoslavia in 2018, some post-Yugoslav states, for example Croatia, refused to commemorate the creation of Yugoslavia. Moreover, while Serbia has a museum of Yugoslavia, and Slovenia has put partisan songs on the list of cultural heritage, some voices in Croatia are calling for a ban of Yugoslav symbols, such as the Yugoslav flag and the Red Star. Overall, the prevailing national discourse in Croatia is strongly against the Yugoslav name in general. And the reason for this is not only the war of the 1990s, or rather the entry in Yugoslavia in 1918, but also the World War II as certainly one of the crucial points of division and disputes over memory in Croatia and other post-Yugoslav countries. Just a second. Yugoslavia experienced both a brutal foreign occupation and a cruel civil war during World War II, and the civil war in Yugoslavia between various groups of collaborationist, nationalist, ultranationalist, pro-fascist, and others on the one hand, and partisan, communist, anti-fascist, and others on the other, was marked by numerous war crimes, but also by post-war reprisals. The socialist revolution in Yugoslavia also had winners and losers, as well as victims of communist dictatorship and authoritarian regime later. The losers were excluded from the official politics of memory in post-war socialist Yugoslavia, along with other controversial issues. As a consequence, all these silences competing memories later exploded in the 1980s and 1990s and were used as additional weapons in the battles over the memory of Yugoslavia. And thus, the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s reflected these previous ideological conflicts and divided memories, adding further fire to the memory wars between ethno-national groups. And in my opinion, the key to a more complex explanation of memory wars is certainly in the concept of civil war, both for World War II in Yugoslavia and for the post-Yugoslav war of the 1990s, especially the dimension of neighbor against neighbor war. As we all know, the consequences of civil wars, such as the American Civil War, the Spanish Civil War, and I suppose the Greek Civil War, have lasted for decades after the war ended. As Aleida Asman has stated, a civil war is not over until an inclusive and symmetrical memory is established, not for the sake of equalization, but for the sake of creation of public space for the memories of both sides of the civil war. This means that divisions exist not only between post-Yugoslav countries, but also within them in these ongoing symbolic struggles over the interpretation of Yugoslav history, ranging from negative to positive or nostalgic memory. Not only are the post-Yugoslav states involved as major actors, but also many others different actors within individual states, from diaspora groups to war veterans, academia and NGOs, intellectuals and cultural circles. Some of these mnemonic actors are more influential, others less so. Individuals and groups in Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, etc. have positioned themselves ideologically mainly depending on their family history in World War II, during socialism or the wars in the 1990s, given family traumas or affiliation with certain armies and combat groups. In terms of generational issues, members of the new generations are increasingly those born after Yugoslavia and have no memories of life in socialist or multi-ethnic Yugoslavia. However, when it comes to history and the politics of memory, Yugoslavia remains omnipresent in the discourse, whether negative or to some extent positive. Given the divided memories within individual post-Yugoslav states, attitudes towards Yugoslavia are also part of the left-right divide. After the fall of the Berlin Wall and the European state socialist regimes, the dominant socialist ideology in Yugoslavia was abandoned, as well as the ideology of brotherhood and unity, an overarching ideology that attempt to hold different nations together by providing them with socialist modernization. Today, the socialist regimes are predominantly remembered through the concept of totalitarianism, but national reasons are still the most important, and more important than totalitarianism is a national logic, for instance in Croatia, that I will mention. From the perspective of national ideologies, it is more important whether a particular period contributed to national development or statehood than the nature of a particular regime itself. Therefore, divided memories are not only shaped by political events such as wars or regimes, but also by ideas and ideologies, which actually last much longer than events, no matter how strong they are. Ideologies are longue durée issues par excellence and can last for centuries. For example, two main ideologies in Croatia, the Croatian right-wing exclusive national ideology and the Croatian Yugoslav supranational ideology, have been present since the 19th century. The first one assumes that Croatian national identity cannot be linked to Yugoslavia because the idea of independent Croatia excludes any form of Yugoslavia. On the contrary, for the Croatian Yugoslav national ideology, they can coexist together. However, in today's Croatia, the first one prevailed, and because of this, Croatia is strongly against any memory of Yugoslavia, even the Yugoslav name itself. And therefore, as I have argued, divided memories cannot be explained only by the post-Yugoslav wars of the 1990s, but also by long-term causes that play a role in this. Despite these sharp divisions, it could be argued that even the complete rejection of Yugoslavia is consciously or unconsciously shaped by Yugoslav multi-ethnicity. Therefore, whether you are for it or against it, Yugoslavia still remains your common framework. However, I will still argue that strong divisions have more influence than this common framework. Changing street names, destroying monuments, removing Yugoslavia from Croatian curricula and history textbooks is more dominant in Croatia than accepting any common ground, although arguments of rejecting Yugoslavia have some common features across post-Yugoslav space. And I'm coming to the end of my talk. I said that we should try not only to identify and describe divide memories, but also to explain their causes. However, there is another issue, even more important, or let's say the million-dollar question, how we can change these strongly divided memories, how we can overcome them. Is there a solution? What can we do as historians, as scholars? Obviously, the political sphere is of crucial importance because it makes long-term decisions, give rhythm to political and social trends. The social struggle for inclusive memory is also important as a result of the work of various NGOs, scholars, intellectuals, ordinary people, etc. But as for historiography and other disciplines, the question is how to make changes in historiography with the help of theoretical and methodological approaches. And I will mention just one possible field, the new studies of empires. For instance, the Habsburg Empire book of Peter Judson books, the Habsburg Empire, New History, for example, they have shown that the multinational empires did not only suppress particular national movements, because national historiographers have condemned multinational empires for decades, assuming that they were doomed from the very beginning. However, as the new literature shows, multinational empires and states were more durable than previously thought, and often provided the infrastructure for new national movements, etc. And applying this to Yugoslavia, it can be noticed that multinational, supranational Yugoslav Empire, did not simply suppress other national movements, as the Croatian national discourse supposed, and was not doomed from the start. And these insights in favor of emphasizing the complexity of supranational ideologies still struggle to find a place in Croatian historiography and historiographies, and especially in public polemics in these countries with prevailing negative discourse about the multinational Yugoslav experience. And this is just one aspect that historiography could try to change. The claim by the British historian E.P. Taylor that Tito was in fact the last Habsburg by leading a multinational state comparable to the multinational Habsburg monarchy was perceived only as an interesting anecdote. However, today it can serve us as an argument for placing the history of multi-ethnic Yugoslavia in the context of new literature of multinational empires and states. Of course, in order to do our best to overcome divided memories. Thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much.
Polish Academy of Sciences, Poznan branch, and the Balkan History Association of Bucharest.
The phenomena of Yugoslavia and Yugoslavs. Yugoslavia, which had its origins in the period between the First and Second World Wars, is now a thing of the past. The state ruled since the end of World War II by communists led by Marshal Josip Broz Tito, which had an original political system and was not in close ties with the Soviet Union, collapsed like other Union states of People's Democracy, Soviet Union or Czechoslovakia. However, the collapse of Yugoslavia was an extremely dramatic process, marked by wars, short-lived in Slovenia and long and bloody ones in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia. The Yugoslav dramas on the first half of the 1990s were then supplemented by conflicts in Kosovo and the definition of Kosovo future status, Albanian-Serbian clashes in this province and the NATO aggression against Yugoslavia in the spring of 1999 justified by to defendant Kosovo Albanians. What was Yugoslavia like and how was it remembered by its inhabitants? What image did it leave behind in the space now called post-Yugoslav, and more broadly in Europe and the world? There is certainly not one, but many of these images. It is painted differently in the memory of those who did not want its collapse, were proud of being citizens of a state playing an important role, experienced development and a fairly comfortable life there, felt connected to the political and social ideas shaping Yugoslavia, and to some extent replaced their genetic civic identity with Yugoslav identity, or they considered themselves simultaneously. On the other hand, Yugoslavia is viewed differently by those who treated the federal state as a failed experiment, a creation that suppressed or limited the nations from which they came, and unjust state that did not offer freedom and did not guarantee conditions for leading a sufficiently happy life. Yugoslavia was a combination of the seemingly incompatible. Yugoslavia was a union of republics whose societies were characterized by great diversity. They belong to different cultures, practice different religions, have different lifestyles, customs, economic patterns, burdens resulting from multi-generational subordination to various external empires, historical memories in the later and important role in played by their inter-neighboring past of patients united into one common country. It was certainly the ideology dominant in the Yugoslav Union state, the figure of its leading political leader Tito and his charisma that were the glue for Yugoslavs. However, over time Tito disappeared and the state became more and more bureaucratic and slid into a crisis affecting its economy and ineffective management. Yugoslavs since the turn of the 18th and 19th was therefore becoming an outdated idea, losing in attractiveness, unable to compete with the turn towards old identities and separatism, or what is invalidated and a thing of the past. Was there a Yugoslav myth? It would seem so. On could think this way, for example, in connection with the existence of quite strong Yugo nostalgia, which in would seem must be based on such a fundamental and concise myth. However, according to cultural expert Milena Dragicevic-Sesic, the Yugoslav myth does not exist as such. Although Yugoslavia itself has become, in a sense, a myth, mythical reality in the collective memory, the myth about Yugoslavia and the accounts of its past have not created a coherent narrative whole. There is no single true Yugoslav myth that has solid foundations. In its place, there are in a rather unorganized collection of little things, which are important symbols relating to life in the former Yugoslavia and allowing use to build messages about it and explain what Yugoslavians is. Their story about the Yugoslav state and its history of the state and its inhabitants is built of remembering these details and using them. Towards discovering the components of Yugoslavs. At the end of the 19th 18th, when the internal crisis was growing in Yugoslavia and there was increasing tension in the relations between the republics of the Federation, indicating the possibility it is collapse. A group of Croatian and Serbian intellectuals, including Ugrešić, Molek, Kršić, Adrić, Matic, began to diagnose Yugoslavnes. That's why a start to road to creation a project lexicon of EU mythology. A book who describe and propagate the phenomena of Yugoslavness, especially Yugoslav popular culture, in a new form, free-form propaganda blood, political propaganda blood. After collapse of Yugoslavia, when filed the Yugoslav identity project, first come to the forum various types of separatism and breaking with community, setting the common past, revanches, emphasizing any differences. But second, more people search a common imaginarium of Yugoslav collective memories. In their opinion, after several decades of the existence of the community state, there was no such thing as an articulated concept of Yugoslav popular culture, which could prove not so much helpful, but even crucial for defining Yugoslav identity. At such a moment, it was completely natural that characteristic question emerged about who were we, who are we, and what are we heading towards, and calls for examining and documenting in order to save from oblivion the individual components of Yugoslavness from the most serious to the smallest phenomena of everyday life. Indeed, such considerations were an attempt to inspire the elites and at least some of the ordinary Yugoslav to face the challenge of taking a closer look at their own cultural heritage, importantly without rejecting a priori both criticism and affirmation. Both of them had to be treated as equal. About EU mythology lexicon project. Over time, after the collapse of Yugoslavia, the above mentioned environment initiated the creation of an unconventional lexicon of Yugoslav pop culture with the widest possible involvement of ordinary people. It was not about simply preserving for posterity the memory of individual figures, symbols, and artifacts. The extraordinary capacity of the lexicon, which contains entries related to various aspects of phenomena of Yugoslav life, showed its full palette of colors. The implementation of the ambitious project and the accompanying artistic, media, promotional and virtual undertakings lead to the reconstruction of a multi-component system of symbols, concepts and meanings, creating Yugoslav mythology and the space of things, a common cultural space enabling communication in non-homogeneous and in the main time parceled out organism. Common or divided memory of Yugoslav about and after their common past. The EU lexicon rehabilitated the phenomena of the common past in the means of many ex-Yugoslav, reminded them of the reasons to be proud of the former common state, the achievements of its citizens, athletes, artists, the potential they had in the past, The project contributed to our awakening memory, removing the sense of shame, showing even money embarrassing, things as worthy of attention. Included trinkets decorating the interior of old Zastava cars or products that are substitutes for unavailable Western brands. Social resonance of initiatives related to reminding younger, already post-Yugoslav generation of the rich catalogue of memorabilia from the Yugoslav past, filled Yugo-nostalgic modes, sparked wide discussions, contributed to stamping and national prejudice in some circles. Towards the most important, divided the memory versus common memory and dialogue. The loud presence in the public space of the issue of the common state past of nation that only 30 years ago ended the bloody wars of separation from each other and the desire of charismatic cultural animators to create broad interest in numerous phenomena of popular culture originating from the shattered from former community state. Does not mean that in a place of the divided memory, different memories about everything that constitute and definite Yugoslavness, identity Yugoslavias. Wide circles of post-Yugoslav societies will become able to accept a common memory, some version of it. The inability to develop one common memory does not invalidate the need for dialogue. Moreover, it contributes to the fact that dialogue becomes indispensable so that former co-citizens and today's co-citizens or neighbors can coexist in peace and mutual understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we will have an interesting duet. Georghe Onisoru and Stefan Purici. Mr. Georghe Onisoru, Professor, Head of Department of Human and Social Politics Sciences from Suceava, Romania, and Professor Stefan Purici, Professor, Vice Rector, also the same university from Suceava. So,
yeah. I will work for both because he's my boss. So, yeah, we go together to the university. Next week will be the money. So yeah, okay. So my topic is about building the memory of resistance under the communist regime in Romania through oral history sources. It's about the project called Sighet Memorial Project. Sighet, it's a city in northwest of Romania, and it was during the communist regime that's so-called the prison of the dignitaries of Romania, because there were killed the leaders of the historical parties in Romania from the period, for interior period, like Iuliu Maniu and Dinu Brătianu. And after the fall of the communism in Romania, because during the first years there was some problem, because the new president of the country, Ion Iliescu, was one of former number 2 in the Communist Party. A lot of people think that he was a kind of neo-communist. So with a young historian who start to work on the history of the communism in Romania, we had problems with the access to the archives. For example, myself, I have problems waiting 1 year until I could have access to a stenogram of the science of the government from February 1945, after 50 years. So we think about the possibility to make a project with the help of the European Council, and the whole history starts from the idea of one of the most known dissident in communist Romania, the poet Ana Blandiana, and his husband, Romulus Rusan. The two of them, with the help of some scholars, including member of the Romanian Academy, and I quote here Professor Alexandru Zub, which was director of the Xenopol Institute in Iași, and it was also my boss. During my life, I had a lot of boss. So he asked me, because I was on the communist period, to help on this project. Ana Blandian and Romulus Rusan put the project, the European Council, and they have the money for beginning this project. In fact, with this project in Romania, starting the study of what we call oral history. Oral history, it was something well known in the Western Europe, born in the United States, but in Romania nobody knows about that. If you want, I could tell you in 1-2 minutes what's about with the oral history. It's the most famous definition of oral history is that it is a form of recovery of collective memory based on the appeal to the memory of the individuals. Okay, it's the most simply. And basically we're talking about two big scientific activity. First is collecting the oral testimonies, which included life stories, autobiographies, memories, documents, speeches, movies, even pictures. And second, the conservation and archiving of this testimony. We use some forms of oral history. The main of them is the interview, and at the beginning of the when we start to make the database of the Sighet Memorial Project, we start with that. It's not an interview like we see on TV. It's an interview with some specific rules, because those who put the questions must first to know very well about the topic, the person which is in front of him, to preparing a score to address to during the interview, and also to be very carefully about the manner in which the interview is conducted, because you know, when you tell a story about what you have done in the forest in 1950, you may recollect some things which are not very good for you. So, you know, you present a very beautiful story. And really in Romania there was a problem in this respect, because we had a phenomenon called the resistance, anti-communist resistance, but also there was in some parts of the mountains that's called thieves. There was men who stopped the buses, put your belonging, and say, "Long live the king." Okay, so it was very, very important to know what to ask and what to accept from those people. Another forms are the journal, because here is held mainly by the public figures, political, so on, and they are very important because we could check the informations with the access to the archives, the autobiographies, and even the correspondence, and of course the memories. So we start to work with the oral history in Romania in 1993, after near a century from the beginning of this activity in the United States. In fact, in 1948 in the United States, there was already established an oral history research office. Okay. What happened very brief in Romania? So we started in 1993, whereas only a few at the beginning. Finally, after the elections in 1996, when Ion Iliescu lost the elections and there was a split, another power. Emil Constantinescu was a professor and was a leader of the anti-communist movement, anti-neo-communist movement after 1990, because he also was a member of the Romanian Communist Party before 89. Of course, a lot of people join us and say, wow, it's very good here. But at the beginning, it was very, very difficult. We were only a few. We worked with the help of the students. We tried to search the former political prisoners, because we have such things in Romania since 1964. And we have the chance to still have alive a lot of them, even important persons. For example, Corneliu Coposu, which was the secretary, first secretary of Iuliu Maniu. And we think how to improve this, this activity, and we start also in 1993 with the first memorial symposium. And here was two kind of people. We ask for former political prisoners to join us and to make their testimony, and with them also historians, a lot of very young historians at the period. And at the end of each year, all the materials was put in a book and so on, was burned Sighet Annals. And that continued for near 20 years. In 1996, we started also the Sighet Library, which was a series with books. I had the honor that Romulus Ursan asked me to publish my PhD, which was a book about the period 44-47, and that was Sighet Library #1. And after that, of course, a lot of things work very, very well. Later, we build up an international study office, and right now there are thousands of hours with testimony. It isn't the lonely initiative as this kind. After a short time, in Cluj, Professor Doru Radoslav from the Babeș-Bolyai University start working with students, and in 1998 he published the first oral history yearbook, and also with Professor Pompiliu Teodor, which is gone between us, they created such a center at the Babeș-Bolyai University. And also I want to mention here the Cultural Anthropology and Oral History group established in Timișoara under the auspice of the Third Europe group by Smaranda Vultur, which also they made a very good activity, and even Smaranda Vultur is the remarkable author of a volume based on the testimonies of the survivor which were deported from Baragan, Germans, a lot of them, in 1951-56. Sure, after that, a lot of initiatives appear also in Romania, but I think that having this title of our conference, it was, I hope, interesting for you to tell you about this project. Right now, each summer, we have their summer school. We have a lot of children who enter with the material, in contact with the material from the former political prison, which they are already dead. So they could learn about communism, about what the communism really was. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I would like to invite our last presenter, Dorina Dragnea. She's an associate researcher at the Institute of Romanian Philology and vice president of the Balkan History Association.
Hello, everybody. My conference paper focuses on questionnaires from the Folkloric Archive in Chisinau, because the folklore documents provides various materials, texts, photographs, videos, even images that record a common ethnographic and folkloric past, which in specific historical and ideological context is remembered and retained accordingly. Using ethnological interpretation, historical analysis, and photographic materials, you have a chance to observe how and what kind of memories individuals keep and build on, and even to what extent they help them to face the current changes and realities. The documents about I which talked in the talk with the following regard the customs and folklore calendar holidays in Moldova relatively active in the first half of the 20th century, or already in a process of ideological censorship by communism in the second half of the same century. The documents and tapes were recorded during the field research campaign carried out between 1956 and 1992. In the following, I will provide several narrative sketches which indicate how memory and practice intervene and cause specific realities. One group of interviews concern the reposition of people within the performance of the folk customs, the substitution of spatial and even temporal frameworks, and the inversion of messages of customs. All this occurred against the background of socialist economic rhetoric. The documents, in addition, contain memories and personal opinions about folkloric actions of individuals in various religious and socio-economical contexts. For example, my first example is related with the Feast of the 40 Martyrs, when traditionally the land was plowed for the first time. And in the document, the people narrate, after the people pulled a furrow, they used to give consecrated kolak, bread, to the cattle. People ate a small piece too. They were happy. It was like that once, but not now. Now the bread is not allowed to be ripened. Chemicals are sprayed over it. Another example is connected with the during period of drought, religious practices and weather magic were performed. And here we have an image, a photograph, which document these religious customs. Before there were churches, the priest used to go out and asking people to pray. The bells were begin ringing. People were bearing church flags and crosses. The priest was talking agasma up the hill. They sang holy songs. They went back to the church. The priest was once again saying the prayer for whoever demanded it. Another example is connected to the customs of walking with papaluga. In other Balkan countries it's called pipiruda, paparuda, but it's the same customs, we heard this from the elders. It was done a long time ago. Now that the churches have been closed, the customs is not performed, not anymore. It was performed until the war. And here, these records told us that these customs has no connection with the religious, with the churches. The people in their memory connected with the churches, but is a pure folk customs, papaluda. In many texts, I observed a fractured and diluted memory, which urged us to look comparatively and reflexively at the past and the present of a community, to explain behaviors in current and constantly changing social, political, economical, and cultural environments. For example, in one my interview about the feast of the Easter of the Kind-Hearted, one woman told me that this feast is celebrated on Sunday too, but all those who stick to tradition go to the cemetery on Monday. But I remember that in the past, only 1 or 2 family members went, usually the grandmothers. My mother used to go with her grandmother. This was done on Mondays. It was forbidden, but grandma was waiting for my mother to come home from school. Another example is related with on Sunday, George's Day. The belief about witches who stole the milk of cattle is alive, taking into account that livestock breeding had a large economic role. But the belief in the undead is segmentary, and only old people know it. I heard from the elders that undead women were working, but since we are Soviet people, now they aren't anymore. And here you have a picture with a wild rose branch, which is put on the shelters of the animals to protect the cattle from the ghost, from the people who stole the milk. And this is the one tradition which is observed until today. The reader of a document will discover and rediscover, or some will recall, the agricultural and harvest customs specific to the St. John's Day in summer. The wreath of wheat was solemnly brought to the brigadier as a sign of a rich harvest obtained by the kolkhoz under his administration, certifying the merits of individuals before the local community and agricultural progress. One of the manuscripts informed us that then, when people have finished gathering the bread, the women make a big crown of ears of corn, bring it to the brigadier's brigade, and he gives present, as if he had got a good harvest. 2 girls bring it. This customs was not practiced before. In fact, this customs was practiced before the Second World War, but this crown of wheat was brought to the church, not to the brigadiers. The co-presence of objectivity and subjectivity in the text give the opportunity for the specialist to identify evidence and arguments about how customs have entered the sphere of collective memory. This process is conditioned by the frequency of enacting ritual, ceremonial, folkloric, and social scenarios, and the attitude of individuals towards the repertoire of celebration during the year. For example, a week after the Feast of Pentecost, in many villages from the southeast of Moldova, there was a tradition of enjoying parties in the open air, called Iarbă Verde, or on the green grass. During the Soviet period, people went to work on the green grass day because it was not a rest day to sit at home. But those who were elderly, especially the women, it means retired women, prepared and made fasting food. In the evening, everyone came home and sat under the trees on the green grass. On the same day of Monday, a week after Pentecost, there is the tradition of putting branches, leaves on the water. An old maid narrates that on Monday, you wake up early, take branches, collect and put them on the water somewhere or sprinkle them. Now, it is not done on Monday because it's a working day, but the people do it on Sunday. And taking into account that in the archive there are very few pictures related with the customs, folk customs and religious customs, because the researches were carried out during the Soviet period, and some photos are made after 19th to recall the customs from that period. According to several field records, I observed how time a tradition was lasted as long as the people who remembered it were living. As the generations changed, the customs disappeared or were forced to do so by the cadastral politics of the state. For example, in a village from the center of Moldova, a man mentioned that since with the Soviets, the people don't make swings. All are going to the city and enjoy it. These customs has passed. Another informant from Surucen, the corresponding district, states that they made the Easter swing, where there was the hora, the traditional folk dance. The boys did it. They don't do it anymore because the boys aren't free. They are working in the factories in Chișinău. Also connected to this social practice, other archive documents include answers that this customs is not anymore performed because it was forbidden to cut wood from the forest, the raw material from which these swings were made. Also, the content of the questionnaires provides, on the one hand, a mirror of the collective memories shared and divided, on the other, a memory individually built and shaped. Both types of memory are charged with the information about adaptations and losses of some attitudes and social practices with the transition from one political regime to another in periods of crisis. In several archive sources, the informants not remember or they transferred some customs in passive memory, and some of them they still were observing them as memory heritage of their ancestors. And one statement point out, before there were no mortșoare, this traditional amulet from red and white net. Now people wear them. They are sold in stores, but before they didn't even know about them. Another example, at the feast of Saint Elijah, it was believed that there were violent rains and the danger of fire. That's what our parents told us. We have to observe this day, not to light a fire on his day, because it's a dangerous day. We hear from the elders, and we also say this too. Another important feast which is observed until today is connected with the holidays Transfiguration of Jesus, called Probajni, local name. Then before the old people did not eat fruits until Probajni. Then you went to church, the priest sanctified it, and after you could eat it. Now we no longer respect this. When it is ripened, we eat everything. It's a reality conditioned by the policy of atheism and close of the churches. As conclusion, I want to point out that the adoption of a new lifestyle and the creation of a new human cultural profile, like Homo Sovieticus, synchronically conditioned fracturing of memory as well as of tradition. The reality of villages recorded after the Second World War draw attention to some congruent processes. One is the expressing of nostalgia for tradition and the tendency to give up all traditional beliefs considered to be uncivilized. Second, a revival of a collective habits parallel with the display of divergent praxis of religious behavior in domestic settings. The degree to which these are understood and practiced varies according to age groups, social and living environments, level of education, and the extent to which people remember and practice this memory. The narratives and testimonies of the informants show a folkloric memory oriented to keeping the fairy tale character only as the society's romantic past, and to replace it with a pragmatic memory more focused on the community's current lifestyle during the socialist period. The testimonies record the collective declarative memory and experience, specific and emergent to the changes of the 20th century. This memory was influenced by the change of liturgical time, the introduction of surrogate holidays, the support of the optics of the social philosophy of communism, alphabetization policy, rural-urban migration, industrialization, and the transition to state ownership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting ethnographic lecture also. And I kindly ask all the presenters to come here. You're representing the duet. Yourself. No, just. And
Okay.
maybe closer. Your place. Okay. Do you have any questions, footnotes, comments? Any you have? Yeah?
I don't mind other people start.
I have also only one.
Okay. So I have a question actually for all the panelists, because it's something that struck me, particularly given that I often deal with issues to do with Ukraine. And that is, we heard, whether people perceive themselves as losers or winners is very important to how they perceive and understand the past. Or I could say about that by extension, I was thinking just now of your talk, whether people present themselves as agents of change or just recipients of change. One of the things that struck me is in thinking of the memory of these past multinational, in many ways, states, is that no one, except for one tiny, tiny exception, used the word colonial. And that word is very, very much in fashion at the moment. It's also a word that makes us feel quite uncomfortable here in Greece, I should add. So my question is, just a thought on that. Why do we all avoid this term here when, if I go to a conference in Germany or in England or something like that, that has to do with probably events that will include Moldova, definitely. The term colonial is a rage. Very, very popular. Everyone is giving talks about it and trying to analyze it and trying to think about it. Sorry? If I'm not mistaken, Professor Jankovic is the only one that had a slight mention of the word colonial in his talk, so perhaps he should start.
Thank you very much. I think it's a really interesting and important question. I actually deal with colonial issues, but in another context, tracing colonial past, in trying to find links between Croatian past and colonial Habsburg monarchy and other empires. We are completely not aware of any of these links in today's Croatia. Sometimes they are directly included in various factories made by Habsburg monarchy that are included in colonial enterprise. But also there are a lot of traveling knowledge and reception of what was happening in Africa and colonial world in the 19th and 20th century. Also the traveling abroad, etc. And there are a lot of layers that when we talk in that colonial terms. But I think that it depends of topic. When we speak about divided memories, there are no memories of colonialism in today's Croatia, and we can talk about divided memories regarding war and etc. What I want to say that it depends on topic, examples, case studies, and we also need to to a certain extent theorize, make theory of proper use of colonial issues regarding Balkan regarding Yugoslavia, etc. It's not only to transfer it without any adopting and etc. Yeah.
Absolutely. But what is interesting is that the memories are not framed in colonial terms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the question. It's not. I agree with you.
We don't think in colonial terms. I find it impossible to think in colonial terms. But I find it interesting that they're not framed that way. Okay, I agree with you, but maybe now we're starting to think more about India.
Process, I would say that. Thank you very much.
I have a question to the Yugoslavian expert. That I see that the historians in every country present themselves as representative of the Korean party or state ideology. But is there any efforts on behalf of the historians to make a common understanding what is Yugoslavia between Slovenian, Croatian, maybe Serbian and other historians, so joint committee of historians. So do you have this kind of
Thank you again. Certainly there are some kind of dialogue and cooperation between ex-Yugoslav historians, but mostly sometimes they are aside of historiographical mainstream or on the margins, and they are also divided within the political lines, and let's put it like that. Let's say it's not proper word, but anti-communist ex-Yugoslav historians are cooperating together, and then leftist historians are cooperating together. But then you don't have some consensus, and it's also, and historiography is of course one field of these ongoing struggles over the memory of Yugoslavia as well. Maybe you want to comment?
I fully agree with them. And maybe Urška Lampe, do you want to answer some questions which is directed towards the Yugoslavia experts? Yeah, she.
We don't hear you.
Yeah.
You cannot hear me.
There is mute. It's mute. You have to click on the
No, the address is there. The address is there. The address is there. I'm mute.
Can you hear me now?
We're waiting.
Okay.
No, it's his job because she's on mute and she would have to put on mute
No, I'm not on mute.
and do it from here. No. It's his job. He's on mute.
I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I'm hearing myself.
You're on mute. But you use your unmute. You can do it from here. Да. Because of the storm, maybe. It's possible. Speak, please. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay. I think the last issue that was raised is really interesting. So having a common commission of ex-Yugoslav historians. But I think that also what Professor Jankovic really put it really good is that I think each state has a different experience of Yugoslavia. So like Slovenia has a different experience of Yugoslavia than Serbia and Croatia. So we cannot come to a joint effort to understand Yugoslavia because everyone understands Yugoslavia differently. And also I think the issue of left-wing historians and right-wing historians is also present to some extent still in Slovenia and I think also in other states. But I think this should be a really good idea to have a try to start to having, you cannot hear me?
Yes, yes. Oh. Okay. Now we hear you.
Have you heard anything of what I said up to now? Or nothing? Shall I restart?
Say it again.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So what I wanted to say is that regarding the question of or the idea of having a common, let's say, a commission of Yugoslav historians or historians from the territory of ex-Yugoslavia, it's actually a really interesting idea. And I think it's something that we should put together at some point because I think something really interesting would come up. The problem here is, of course, that as also Professor Jankovic very good explained it, that each state has a different experience of Yugoslavia. So Slovenia has a different experience of Yugoslavia than Croatia and Serbia and so on. So there is not only one way to understand Yugoslavia. There are numerous ways also within one state. There are different ways to understand Yugoslavia, but I think that we should. It's like an idea that for now seems incredible or unreachable, but I think at some point we should start discussing it because, as we can see in the Yugoslavian history, shows really good that it's a really good example of how things very quickly can go wrong at some point. So I think that opening debates and discussion between historians can start not say reconciliate people or nations and so on, but at least start in some way to understand that there are different views of Yugoslavia. Because I think this is the main point also in Slovenia, let's say. Not everyone understands that all people experience Yugoslavia differently. Depending, of course, on what they rule with, what they were doing in this period of Yugoslavia, or what my parents were doing, or what my neighbors were doing, and so on. So, and I think this idea is like really interesting. I've never heard it before, but there are some, of course, there is collaboration within historians, but I think there should be like a huge congress of historians of Yugoslavia and starting discussing these issues. I think something really interesting should come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please help us.
Struggle.
One? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, every one of you. It was very interesting, the papers. I was provoked by this colonial approach, if we can include it in this discourse of divided memories or contested memories regarding former Yugoslavia. And before saying, or before addressing my questions, I found this very similar the case of the Slovenian Second World War divided or contested memories with the Albanian one. We have the same, I would say, the same approach of not having let's say, a collective memory, but we have mostly contested memories regarding the wars, regarding the let's say, groups of political groups, but not only political groups that fought in the war, or anti-fascists and anti-communists and the nationalists. These are the same, I would say that this is the same framework in regarding the war, and I found it, your presentation very, very insightful also for, and yeah, for Albania too. And regarding the colonial approach, I was wondering, can we, I mean, okay, yeah, all right, about the divided, we can talk about the divided memory, but what about the nostalgia or the Yugo nostalgia today in Yugoslavia, and to relate it to the colonial or vice versa, I mean, to make a contradiction also with the colonial approach. What about not the non-Slavic population, and I mean here the Hungarian and the Albanian? Can we talk about a colonial approach in regard to the past with these minorities in the former Yugoslavia? I'm not talking about independent state, but what about the memory of the Albanians toward the Yugoslavian Republic, and what about the other, I mean, the Serbian or the Croatian or the Slovenian, Montenegrin, I don't know, the North Macedonian, in regards to this memory? Is there nostalgia? Can we talk about contested, non-memory, I don't know, collective memory, or is there any kind of amnesia push forward today in regard to the past within the Yugoslavian state? So I was wondering about it because, thank you for the colonial approach. I found it not only very actual, but it's a kind of approach that when talking about Yugoslavia, we have to think, or we have to include it. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, just a short question. Not every situation minorities is a colonial one in my opinion, but we can. But yes, but in thinking about situation in Yugoslavia regarding Kosovo and toward the Albanians, with discourse that were sometimes close to racist discourse, I think maybe that can be approached also in that way. Yeah.
It's not that I want to debate, but it's just a discourse. I mean, because what is colonialism? What is a colonial approach? It's power. It's a kind of power dynamics. It's hierarchical, a hierarchy of power. It's a kind of imposition of power, imposition of identities, imposition of culture, of language. So of this kind of characteristics or features that in regard to these minorities, but I'm not talking about only Kosovo, I'm talking about also Hungarian in the former Yugoslavia. So what about this? Was within the Yugoslavian state a kind of hierarchy of power with the others, let's say minorities I'm calling now? We have to think about power dynamics within a federal state. That's my concern, or a kind of discussion that we can also include when we talk about past and when we talk about contested divided memories. And I'm not talking about the micro, but I'm talking the microcosmos also, the minorities as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the really very interesting papers and for very interesting discussion. I have the question to the colleagues who are dealing with the oral history, because it's very amazing. In Bulgaria in 1990s, the oral history was the first method to be introduced in a way to challenge the communist and the reformist communist discourses, and also a way to voices marginality, political, ethnical, sexual, what else, and it is the way also for not only the emancipation, but also giving more sources for political legitimation of new elites fighting for the power in public space. I was amazed when I was in Croatia, hearing that there the first method to be introduced in 1990s, it was microhistory, in a way to rethink, to reshape medieval history. It's starting from Carlo Ginzburg, Giovanni Levi, and so on. My question is, and it is very interesting also because in Bulgaria is very, very strong school of oral history, coming from Austrian school, Austrian methods, and so on. And now I'm witnessing how the new generation who has been built in thinking through the oral history, they shifted through the microhistory. And being in these discourses about the colonial discourse, for me it's very interesting. What do you think about the, how we can rethink our own historical development in a way to build our historiography as rethinking our past by involving all these methods from Eastern Europe, but in a way to challenge them through our empirical experience. So how all these methods has changed the historiography in discourses of nowadays Romania, Croatia, Moldavia, and so on? It's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Briefly, Bulgaria and Romania have the same past. We are, had the communism experience for 45 years, and in a way, I could say that the things after 1990 were the same in Bucharest like in Sofia. I had the possibility to visit Bulgaria at that time, and I saw that in the archives it was the same situation, so on. Regarding to your question, of course, at the beginning, when we started the oral history in Romania, of course, we were interested about the great events, you know, the role of the monarchy, so on. But right now, it's quite different. We could discuss, and we could we could conduct a PhD thesis about the life under the communism, the rural population, the minorities, so on. There are informations which we never could find in the archives. So the oral history is an excellent instrument, and it's used in Romania, and he has, I think, a very good future. Okay.
I wanted to point out that the first time when I heard about oral history was I was at school, a high school, and was introduced like a discipline. And all the young people were asking to do this method with their grandparents, to collect interviews with them about the First and the Second World War. Not used only as scientific research about historians, folklorists, but also in schools like discipline. And to know the history from the ground, not from the upper side, but from the ground.
Yes,
from the people.
I would like to say something that I remember during the interventions of Dorina. Right now at our university, there is a course of oral history. I teach myself at the master degree, and at the end, the students know how to make, for instance, an interview, how to make a movie about things like not. It was at the beginning a huge emotion about the Red Army. You know, when the Red Army came, a lot of things happened all over the Eastern Europe. No, right now it's the way that a small minority from a village receive the fact that the Russians on their way to Berlin passed through their village, and they made an excellent movie, two of my master students, starting with the oral history interviews about how it was the life in that period, how it was. We have problems, for example, in 46 because the whole year wasn't rainy enough, and it was problem with starvation, no food. So I think we are on the good way. Thank you.
And answering at your question about how this method changed the investigation in Moldova, for example, changed because the investigation became more ethic and impartial, and to bring in the discourse of specialist topics that were taboo under the using of this method.
Urška?
Yes.
I must say that I'm really because you have such a good oral history tradition, and I was really impressed to hear that you have started your project in 1990s, because in Slovenia, oral history seems to be like an obscure thing that no one, like only strange people like me, are applying this methodology, and it's funny, but it's not. And we are very linked to the Italian oral history tradition, but there, of course, are people who are applying oral history methods, but we don't have a course on oral history when we study history in any of the Slovenian university, and there seems to be no way to having a course like that. Also, okay, we have a course at the main Slovenian University of Ljubljana, but it's a course on methodology in history, and they dedicate some time to oral history, but it's like incredible. I must say that yes, oral history in Slovenia is changing in a way that it starts developing, because it was non-existent until like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. So I'm really impressed by all of your work and experience, and I do hope we can make a collaboration in future, because I think this would be like way. And also the Center of Oral History that was established at the first Center for Oral History in Slovenia. It was a non-existing thing, and it was established last year. So that says a lot about oral history in Slovenia. But yeah, thank you for that. I'm really happy also from this part of the conference to find and to see that this tradition is really much more than.
Okay, Professor Marmar. The last, because we have short.
Will not be the.
But also you wanted to speak. Thank you so much.
I appreciate this session because exist a lot of references concerning the recent history. Contemporary and recent history needs another methodology for history and for historiography. We cannot use the classical type of research. I was confronted also myself with this kind of researches, and I discovered it's much better to introduce memory behind the documents, to introduce memory, to introduce personal biography, many other references if you like to reconstruct, for example, the totalitarian regimes. And of course, not forgot to define the key concept. What is the key concept here? Federalism. What means federalism for Yugoslavia? What kind of federalism exists? It's the same like in Helvetia? It's like the Swiss federalism? It's not. What kind of communism exists behind this kind of federalism? Which ideology interfere inside of the Yugoslavian construction? In interwar period, it's one Yugoslavia. After the Second War, another Yugoslavia. Secondly, I talked yesterday about the principle of nationality. What kind of nationality exists and what kind of definition of identity exists inside of every republic, of every region of Yugoslavia? It's another question, very important to clarify, because it was a civic war and many conflicts inside of the ex-Yugoslavia. We must clarify from the academic perspective, not from ideological perspective. This is another difference, not to develop ideological meanings or understanding. Okay, for this reason, I like to understand, to ask you, what means the state construction of Yugoslavia, and if the communist ideology interfere and destroy or interfere not in a very normal sense to construct the Yugoslavian federalism. Because we have this kind of experience in the case of Belgium, in the case of Switzerland, and of course European Union think for the possible federal construction in the near future. For this reason, it's important to clarify what happened here in Yugoslavia. This is, for me, it's an important question, but if it's possible to clarify by the panelists, will be very important. Secondly, I like to ask my colleague from Romania, Onisoru, who talk about communism in Romania. What kind of communism exists in Romania? It's a Bolshevism, it's a Stalinism, it's a Balkan Oriental communism. What kind of communism exists? This is one question. Secondly, exists a dissidentia in Romania? What kind of dissidentia exists? Because we are waiting for 1989 to have reactions against the totalitarian system. But before, we don't have a real opposition to the totalitarian state. This is an important aspect exactly for the construction of Siget Memorial. And thirdly, another problem in Romania is what kind of connections exist between both totalitarian regimes, between fascist and communist. Because communism used a lot of references from the interwar period with fascist nuances or with fascist ideology, which exist between 1971 and 1989. Yes? In this respect, Romanians have another type of communism comparative with Czechoslovakia or with Poland. And of course, dissidentia in Czechoslovakia means professors and philosophers like Jan Patočka, and in Romania we don't have such personality. In Poland, it's Adam Michnik. In Romania, nothing in this respect comparatively with Adam Michnik and with Solidarność movement. This is very important for explaining. It's not enough to present the memoirs or the oral history without explanation the evolution of the ideas of communism and totalitarian regimes in the case of states in East Central Europe, because we have a lot of problems inside of intelligentsia to clarify the movement and the nuances. And we started after 1990 to have a lot of contradictions between us inside of Romania, and to divide not only the memory, but the perception of the totalitarian regime, yes, and to have big contradictions like the politicians. Yes, this is not academic understanding, and we are far from 1989, 35 years after the collapse of communism, and now it's important to start new understanding of the near past. Thank you.
So I understand that you have no keynote speaker, so I must hold the conference because the questions raised by Professor Victor Neumann are quite excellent. But because there is no time, I will try to answer as brief as I can. First of all, Romania passed in the 20th century from four forms of dictatorship. We have a royal dictatorship from 38 to 40. There was the legionnaires. After that, it was a military dictatorship during the war, Antonescu. And after that, a brief period of people's democracy, like all over Eastern Europe. And from 1947, we have the communism. The Romanian communism, it's very interesting when it started, because we have three periods, in fact, not two. A lot of people say two because it's Georghe, this Ceausescu. No, it was the first period when Romania was a Stalinist country, even after the death of Stalin in '53. It was the biggest resistance to the Khrushchev's reform. It was in Romania. Georghe says, I made it already, this reform, 1 year before the death of Stalin, when I split the relations with Ana Pauker, Luca, and Teohare Georgescu. But in fact, he was a Stalinist even after the death of Stalin. But after that, and after '58, when the Soviet troops are back from Romania, he started a very, very interesting change of politics, but it was change for the foreigners, on the foreign policy, not in the interior. In the interior, we have political prisoners since '64. But he started to open Romania to the Western country, at the beginning with the France, Eastern Europe, so on. In 65, Georghe Dej died suddenly, being ill with the cancer. And the new leader, Ceausescu, started a new politics in an international context, which was very, very interesting, because it was that period of the movement in Czechoslovakia in '68, and it was his position to blame the Soviet intervention in Yugoslavia. And it was a double impact. In the country, a lot of former political prisoners say, okay, that's it, we'll have communists because the Russians are here, so it's better, we have now a young leader, he's a patriot, he's a Romanian, and we had that phenomenon of former political prisoners which became members of the Romanian Communist Party. On the other hand, there was a movement from the United States of America during the crisis in Prague. The Soviet ambassador in Washington was invited to the State Department, and the State Secretary told him, very short, if it's something happened in Romania, it's going to be big trouble. That was the moment when Ceausescu became a young leader. He appears on Times, on Review. He was invited to the United States. He stayed 2 weeks in the United States, and he visited whole America with Air Force One. After that, he was received by Queen Elizabeth. So that was another sort of Romanian, that so-called national communism, which ended after 1978, when the number 2 of the Romanian spies defected into United States. It's the case of General Pacepa, which was the highest spy from Eastern Europe who defected to the Western Europe. And he started at the end of 18th that politics with a lot of the problems for the population, so on, because he tried to pay all his foreign debts, and Romania was the only country, I don't know another country in the world, who paid its last dollar in March 89. About, and of course in December 89, it was the revolution. About the dissident movement in Romania. Yes, I'm fully agree with you. Romania, the dissidents appeared after the revolution. See, yes. I was a resident. Yeah. Until then, we know only a very few who had the courage, like Paul Goma, who sent a letter to Ceausescu and said, Mr. Ceausescu, it's not good, we want to be like in Czechoslovakia.
Nothing in common with Polish
no.
dissidentia, nothing in common with Czechoslovakia intelligentsia.
Nothing.
And,
the only
fighting against...
the only thing that we have in Romania, and it was something particular because maybe we have the mountains, it was the army resistance in the first, let's say 10 years. But the first group of Maquis were very strong, and it was the interventions of the army in the mountains, so on. And it was because the Romanians are waiting for the Americans. It was that rumor.
This so-called dissidentia was related with the old fascist movement. This is very important to know.
A lot of them.
Yes, and to clarify this kind of relation.
Sure, it's a lot of things.
Yes, it's not a simple
it's a lot of things to say, but
fight against communism.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, okay, thank you. I hope it's.
As a representative of Yugoslavia, of course, thank you for the suggestion to clarify concepts. It's all, of course, it's issue of concept of colonialism. What kind of concept of colonialism we are speaking about? It in sense of slavery, racism, or in broader sense of power relations, etc. I'm eager to hear a roundtable tomorrow about it. Regarding Yugoslavia, it started with sharp pro-Stalinist regime at the very beginning, but soon Tito-Stalin split occurred, and idea of self-government system was imposed in search for their own type of socialism, some kind of Yugoslav way. Of course, I don't have nothing to add to it. There are various socialist regimes around the globe. And as always, in comparison, there are differences, clear differences, but there are also similarities. And of course, specific traditions, specific legacies, specific contexts. But there are always both. We need to be aware of both sides, similarities and differences. This is my just general answer.
Do you have questions? Yes?
Thank you for the very interesting presentations. I have a question and I have a comment. My question is to do with your experience with oral history as a method. When you were conducting the research, did you come across or did you see attempts for reconstructuring of memories, redefining memories in the context of changed realities, because normally some time passes and people rethink and they reinvent themselves? And to what extent that was present as part of your experience with this method? And my comment, because I did use oral history as a method when I did my research on dissidents in socialist Bulgaria, and I interviewed both representatives of the former state security organization, Държавна сигурност, and also people who were part of one of the informal organizations in the 1989. And I saw that when not just these two groups, but in general, there is conflicting memories about the period. And I was wondering whether you might consider at some point working together and it's like looking at this issue as an onion with various layers, because there's many of them, and trying to picking them down one by one, because you have, as you mentioned, ideology is impacting memories, the events, and also the identity and the restructuring and rethinking of identity. But also you have generational differences and generational differences in terms of experiencing the past. And also there might be other other complexities there. Is it not better to look at ways in which just to incorporate or find the space where all these types of different experiences have a space, and not talk about divisions, but differences? And all these experiences were real. All these people had real experiences, and we don't have to have the same experiences to have a memory of this past. We have different memories, and this is actually something which can enrich the current the current thinking about the way of governance, the way of life, and the way we can continue forward. Perhaps you can open up the floor for discussions about how things can change in a certain direction, but helping people to come forward if they haven't, and talk about their experiences and share them. And by sharing the experiences and finding the similarities and differences, create new connections within the countries and between the countries.
Yeah. Okay. The answer is yes. We it's no problem, because if you don't have the method how to interview, if you are not very well prepared, very well prepared, if you know the person that you choose to make the interview, so on, he start to to dance around your question. And I saw that on the tapes which were made by my students. We start, listen, okay, go back. You have no better questions, or you leave that person and he start to tell his own story, And as I told during my basic intervention, a lot of the former political prisoner, but also I discussed, as you, is the former officers of the Securitate, the Secret Service, even with the last chief of the Romanian Secret Service, Iulian Vlad, which died recently. And I was talking with him about the Malta conference, you know, and he was a very good Romanian patriot at that period, you know. The only thing that he told me, and it was really true, it was the fact that I asked him, okay, and what have you told Ceausescu on the 4th of December, 89? Because he has the information that at Malta, the President Bush and Gorbachev decided to overthrow Ceausescu. And he say, comrades, General Secretary, look what's happened in Malta. And Ceausescu tell Vlad, you are a coward. You have no problems. You know where I fight in '68 and all the Romania and so on. So we defend in Poland. In Poland, it was in August '89 already government of Solidarność. Hey, you see, the Polish, they betray the communists, the ideals of communism. We are the last in Europe. We got to fight. We got to that. Okay. And I asked the general, okay, and at that statement of your chief, what have you told him? He said, I told nothing. I go back and I take all the measures necessary. And what was the measure? I put all the guns in deposit and I say to my officer not to interfere in the events which in 22 December ignited in Romania. Look, so, but he considered he was a big patriot, you know. So that's in a way, you know, when you made that oral history, you got to have some skills for that. Okay. For Yugoslavia, you have no questions, no?
Just continuing the discussions. I totally agree with you, and it's exactly what one of the biggest theorists, actual theorists, Alessandro Pastorelli, about the oral history. I mean, it's the same view. I mean, to give a new understanding of history through individuals, through the individual's narratives, through the individual's experiences, and especially, I think this is very important for post-conflictual states or societies, also to include in the history, not only to adhere to the public, official, or collective memory, or public history, let's say, but also to include in the history the views of the people, how they view their past, how they view their history, their path. It's okay that we know that memory is selective, that oral history also if we follow the exact methodology, we talk to people. It's a subjective, but it's a view. It's how people perceive themselves, but how people perceive the past, where they lived. And also this is a new understanding of history, but also a new understanding of the conflicts per se, I would say. So let's try to project this history from the point of people, not a top-down, but up-down, down-up. See, how is it? Bottom-up approach, I would say. So thank you. My last comment. I'm not talking anymore.
Thank you. However, I'm a little bit critical to the oral history. No, because it's a discussion, no? And absolutely, we try to, I told you, introduce oral history, have been introduced by my colleagues from the Blagoevgrad University through our seminars in a way to challenge the big communist narratives, to give spaces for the marginality, voicing their experience, saying, yes, intercultural experience, intersexual, what do you think you can do it? But, however, you taught all of you how good trained must be interviewer.
And when we go there, there is the kind of psychoanalytical situation, no? Because there is the kind of interview and transfer between who is interviewing and who has been interviewed. And in this transfer, it's very interesting to see how really occur this relation between you and him, her, and so on. What kind of expectations, staying in Kozelek, he tried to meet. Because when you go there, answering and trying to open his memory, no, how to say his, and so on. First, there is the problem with fears and so on. After then, overcoming the fears, so on, there is a lot multi-layer problems and experience to be caught. So, coding all this, recollecting all this experience, what are we doing with this? For example, it's clear that you told us that you started a kind of prisoners, political prisoners, and they could be a kind of dissidentia, but they can't be from the previous regime, and there could be could have some fascist past. In Bulgaria, it was the same when we open all these memories in a way to be legitimized also the fighting for power elites in the public space, because it's clear communists is staying in the power. They have their legitimizing sources in the communist reformist discourse and so on. And new political elites, they need, what they did, they return to the bourgeois history. But in the bourgeois history past, there is fascist past. So how to rehabilitating all this? How can we include all this past in the public discourses? And what kind of values it's possible to transform and so on and so on? And dealing with all this, it is really, because you said real experience. I am absolutely skeptical about what does mean real experience. And because I'm really sorry that my friend and colleague Jan Erkov can't be here, but she will give her paper. She's Freudian, Lacanian, and so on. And speaking with her, I realize what does mean memory and history. Memory starts when we faces with catastrophes, with the very difficult event to overcome. And our memory tries to circle this, not to go to the core of the problem. So all these narratives, they trying to cope with all this. There is also false memory, no? So it is so complicated. That's why, for me, it's very interesting how all these methods, first, they really were very helpful. When in the first years in 1990s, we are all, how to say, embodied the structuralism of the communist and reformist communist discourse. This structuralism doesn't allow us to go to the phenomenology. So oral history is one of a way to have the access to the experience, no? But then, you know how yes, different methods, yes, because we thought about that, that's why I think there is the, no, it's very interesting as a method and way. Yes, absolutely, nobody, but yes, of course, but what I would like to say, that every method is very important, but in a way we can reflect on, giving a reflexive history, reflexivity on it, reflecting why we using this method and what with dealing with this experience and so on. That's why I'm absolutely sure that conceptualizing our past, going through the concepts, it's very important to see what was the history of the every concept, in which context this concept has been born, emerged, and so on. And then we can understand why in our cultural context, because every method, that's why I asked if something changed when you use these methods. If you did some way to overcome the communist discourse, to open the debate on the communist historiography on Yugoslavia and so on, because in this way we can see really if these methods have been adopted or they be artificially. It's only my, excuse me for speaking in this way, but it's my topic, that's why. Sorry. Yes, finish. To see. No, I would like to only apologize on behalf of Jana Erkov, who cannot come here, but she will give, and she is apologizing, she will give her paper, that's why we all will enjoy. Thank you very much.
May I say something? Unfortunately, we can't take part to your discussion because we haven't the opportunity to be, to be, to live in a communist country, So, that's why we are speechless, okay? But, Snezana, do we have the text of the speaker?
No, I just said that, okay.
But I'll tell you something. We can have a dinner together, pretty close to your hotel, less than 300 meters, something like this. And we will take the metro from here. So, no undercover, please. Tell me who is going to join us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, okay. 9, okay.